School District regular study session, regular board meeting for March 9th, 2021. We have closed session at 6 p.m., open session at 7 p.m. If you want to, for those who are attending this meeting, you register via the Zoom site, and you can also watch it on YouTube. I'm the 2021 board president, Chris Norwood. You kind of know all that already. Well, some folks may be here for the first time. So I am the board president. Welcome to the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance, participation, and involvement in our education proceedings, which are currently being conducted virtually pursuant of executive orders N-20-2520 and -2920 issued by the Governor, Gavin Newsom. If you'd like to address the board on any item on the agenda or a subject does not appear on a specific agenda, please join us via Zoom, click raise your hand button, and you will be called upon in order. Please keep your hand raised until you are called upon. When it is your turn, state your name, address, if you have students in the district, before you make a public comment. You will have 2 minutes to make a public comment. Those wishing to speak during a specific agenda item will be called on the appropriate time. 1 public comment per person is allowed for each item. Our communication specialists will activate and unmute speakers in turn. Speakers will be notified shortly before they are called to speak. Persons who do not respond when prompted will forfeit their comment for that item. Members may address the board on any item, any subject not on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for a future meeting. Please note that the law prohibits the board in commenting or engaging in discussion during public comment portion of this agenda, except when seeking clarification on a point made by the speaker. Again, the board may also, however, instruct the superintendent to look into the matter or place it on a future agenda. Thank you for your participation in the civic engagement. Individuals who require accommodations to contact the superintendent. All disclosable records related to the agenda item for this discussion in open session of a regular meeting are public and distributed to all of the majority of the board members less than 72 hours before the meeting. And we've already talked about how the meeting is being broadcast. So at this point, we also have a new feature. Closed captioning is now available via Zoom. Click on the closed captioning icon, and then live transcript will appear on your screen. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Board President Chris Norwood, here. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Here.
Board Clerk Han Lien.
Here.
Board Member Michael Sai.
Present.
Board Member Dan No.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, the student board reps are not here because we're at a study session time, and they should be here at our regular scheduled meeting. At this time, I need a motion to review and approve the closed session agenda.
Motion to approve the closed session agenda.
We have a motion to approve the closed session agenda. Do we have a second?
I second.
We do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board Clerk Lien.
Yes.
Board Member Sai.
Yes.
Board Member No.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion carries. The closed session agenda has now been approved. We've done comments from the public already. We've already discussed that. And now we're on to item 5. Scott, on the agenda, there's sometimes this extra section of comments from the public that almost duplicates itself. Like in this session, in this instance, we have it for the closed session agenda.
That would be because if we had a study session, then it would be the repeat. I see what you're saying. So we don't need to have that repeated.
Just FYI, no worries.
Gotcha. And we don't have anybody with a hand raised for a public comment leading into closed. So you're good.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're on to item 5, closed session.
Are we being transferred in?
Board Clerk Leanne and Member Sai, you should have received a link to get into closed session.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So to all the women, happy belated International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Enderja, it sounds like it, what?
Yes.
Is it recording?
Hi, everybody. The board is actually still in closed session. And so our meeting is open to the public as you are all talking, just so you know.
Oh,
Oh,
well, happy International Women's Day, day 2.
Absolutely. I'll second that as well.
The board meeting will begin in approximately 3 minutes.
Mic check. Am I good, Scott?
Yes, Jonathan, we hear you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
It's always good to do that if you're going to public speak anybody, do a mic check with our leaders.
Good evening, Scott. Do we have everyone?
We are good to go on your say-so, President Norwood.
Awesome. Thank you. All the board members ready?
I'm ready.
Yes.
Excellent. Let's begin. Good evening. Welcome to the Milpitas Unified School District regular board meeting of the Board of Education agenda. Our agenda for March 9th, 2021, closed session at 6 p.m., open session at 7 p.m. These meetings are being held virtually by Zoom and also available for viewing on YouTube. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
Motion to reconvene in open session.
We have a motion to reconvene in open session. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call. Vice President Yatron,
Yes.
Board Clerk Lian,
Yes.
Board Member Sai,
Yes.
Board Member No.
Yes.
We are now the closed session or the review and approve. The open session agenda has now occurred. It's time for our closed session announcement.
In closed session, the board voted unanimously to accept the resignation of an elementary assistant principal. The effective date will be June 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Vice President Yip-Chuan. At this time, we'll do the flag salute. And continuing in the spirit of Women's Month, I would request Board Member Leanne do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the
of the United States of America
And to
and to the
for
republic
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Comments from the public. Members of the public may address the board on any subject not on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2A and .3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for a future meeting. If you would like to address the board on any item on the agenda or one that does not appear on the agenda, please join via Zoom. Click raise your hand button and you will be called upon in order. When it is your turn, please state your name, address, and if you have any students in the district before you make your public comment. You will have 2 minutes to make your comment at the appropriate time. Those wishing to speak on a specific agenda item will be called upon at that time. Thank you for your participation in this civic engagement. Are there any public comments at this time?
Hi, President Norwood. Yes, we have 3 hands raised right now. We are going to start with Simeon Chien, and we're going to enable your audio, and then you will be able to talk. Simeon, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Simone, Field Representative for Congressman Ro Khanna, joining you this evening with an announcement from our office. The 2021 Congressional Art Competition registration for high school students in our district, which includes Milpitas, has opened, and we encourage you to share this opportunity with high school students you think might be interested in submitting their artwork. Details on registering and the guidelines for the artwork will be available on our website at www.khanna.house.gov, and that's khanna.house.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. And next on the list is Robert Jung. We will enable your audio and you all.
Hold on one quick second.
Oh, sure.
With that from the Congressman's office, can we make sure that that information gets distributed? Congressman Congra is an active supporter and involved in a number of things in Milpitas, and we definitely want our students to have an opportunity to participate in this.
Definitely, Simone, if you want to email me the information, I'd be happy to help distribute that to our families.
Thank you.
All right, and Robert Jung, you are now up. Go ahead.
Good evening, board, on superintendent and executive board. My name is Robert Jung. I represent the Milpitas Community Educational Endowment tonight. I want to remind the public and everyone to be on the lookout for our announcement of our annual STEAM showcase, which is due to be released on March 13th, which is this Saturday. As you know, because of COVID, we are doing this virtually. Our students have presented 135 projects. Over 150 students have participated. I am super excited to have seen so many projects that even through COVID, they have come up with some tremendous ideas. Their presentation skills are, especially for our TK and first graders, are better than when I presented as a 5th grader for my first science project. So these kids are doing awesome. And I invite everyone to be on the lookout. My team is working as we speak and very hard to try to make that deadline on Saturday. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. And definitely let us know how that turns out and see who we can recognize. Next on our public comments is Sarah Ames. We're going to enable your audio now and take yourself off mute and you're good to go. Sarah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ames. I am a high school student experiencing distance learning at MHS. This has been one of my favorite school years due to being at home. I am a student who has struggled with bullying. That did not help me be the best person I could be during school. I was sad a lot, but still enjoyed school to the fullest I could. I was just very insecure about myself while at school in person. I could tell I was being judged by some of my classmates. I'm not as insecure now. I don't have people to judge me because they can't actually see me in person. I loved going to school in person though. I have friends I want to hang out with, and now I have friends I would love to meet in person, but I don't want to lose what I have gained from being at home. Since having distance learning for the past year, I have been the best me. I have learned to love myself more and be more confident in myself. I have found my passion being at home. I create stories and art and other things. I admit I am a procrastinator, but being at home, I've put in more effort to get stuff done. Since 2021 started, I've painted at least 5 paintings, written 6 plots on top of my schoolwork. I have straight A's and perfect attendance. I have read at least 8 books since the start of quarantine. I understand that there are some students who need to go back in person. That's better for them, and that'll help them get what they need. But I also know that some students have come alive from doing school at home. I have been able to delete the negativity from my life for the most part. I'm safe at home, and I keep those who care about me in my life. I gained a friend who reminds me I am amazing during this pandemic. But if I go back, I'm afraid I will regress into the person I was before. The person who was afraid and cared about others' judgment. The me now still cares about what others think. I need the constructive criticism to grow as a person, but not the criticism that pushes the real me into a box. I don't think I would have been able to be myself and get more done due to being at home. It's unfortunate that we look at the negative when there are so many positives that come out of things. Quarantine and distance learning have had positive effects that are overlooked. Thank you for your time.
Could I comment?
It's a public comment, so we got a couple of options. We have the option to, oh yes, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, yeah. So I did want to say, Sarah, thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm super happy to hear that for you and your story of how you've been overcoming the sort of negative judgment and sometimes not so nice behavior from other people. So and thank you for sharing that story. Can we get a round of applause for Sarah? And you mentioned you've been using this time at home to create some art. I would love to see that if you ever want to bring that out at a future board meeting.
Mr. Sy, excuse me, Mr. Sy, for the interruption. What we agreed upon during the public comment is brief, and we also agreed upon asking for direction. So if you would like the superintendent to do a range of recognition for students that basically have these stories or something like that, that is more in line with the interaction of with the public comment with the public versus this type of narrative. So if it would be helpful by you if we could work together in better understanding how we go through this process as we move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So Chris, is anyone else allowed to make any comments?
So in the public comment process, which we shared earlier, is that during the public comment, the first thing that you would do is that you would raise your hand.
Okay.
And then you would be called on in the order with your opportunity to address the board. And these are items that are not on the agenda.
Understood.
Thank you. So Michael, if you could conclude now, that would be great. I don't want to cut you off. I know you had something.
I conclude.
Okay, thank you. Scott?
Okay, we have one more hand raised. It is Victor. You're allowed to talk, Victor. We've enabled your audio, so go right ahead. Victor, you would have to unmute yourself.
I thought you unmuted me.
We can hear you now, Victor, yes.
Okay, thanks. Board President Norwood and fellow school board members, I come before you again to demand that board member Sai stop restricting my ability to comment on his public school board Facebook page. I've had 2 Facebook experts examine my page, and in the screenshots which I provided you earlier, you can see that my ability to comment has been restricted. This is in direct violation of my First Amendment rights. In January of 2019, the Fourth Circuit of Appeals ruled in Davison and Randall and Loudoun County Board of Supervisors that the interactive portion of a public official's Facebook page is a public forum. So an official cannot block people from it because of opinions they hold. I asked the board to agendize this matter at a future meeting so the behavior of board member Sai can be addressed before I'm forced to bring legal actions against the trustee and the school district for blatant violations of my First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Okay, and that was our, oh, we do have a hand raised from Juliet Gomez, who is a panelist. We will have her, she's allowed to give a public comment as well. So Juliet, go right ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to acknowledge the Milpitas High School student for her bravery, and I absolutely commend her for that.
Thank you. Superintendent Jordan.
Wait, is that all the public comment we have?
I'm sorry, we have another, Mike, board member Sai has his hand raised.
Oh, unless Chris, you had something to say, I didn't want to cut you off.
Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Mr. Sai.
Okay, did want to say for people watching at home, maybe, Victor San Vicente is a far right troll.
Michael, so here's your opportunity to direct the superintendent on the matter that Mr. San Vicente did in public comment, which is his right. You can ask for clarification on it, or you can direct the superintendent to bring back the item on the agenda to move it forward. To comment back and forth about personal narrative about Mr. San Vicente as a board member based on our board group agreements is inappropriate.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. San Vicente is the business partner and real estate agent working with Kelly Yip Chuan. Kelly has been sending him out on a campaign of harassment and misinformation against me, which I find incredibly disappointing. He has been repeating these false allegations, which I already addressed
Mr. Sai.
At the last meeting. I have a screenshot
Mr. Sai.
that shows not a single person is blocked from my Facebook page. So again, I find it disappointing that Kelly would send her business partner out to make misinformation against me. Thank you.
Mr. Sai. Thank you. Superintendent, I know we are currently in uncharted territory where we have public comments that are directed towards a board member who understandably so wants to have the ability to defend his actions or something like that. I believe the direction would be what is the protocol, or if there is any, to bring back to us to understand about what is possible during public comment, and then what are all of our valid responses in a bit more detail, and then so that we can sort of get through this issue. And then also understanding what is the role that we play when it comes to what Mr. San Vicente is talking about in terms of, because the Facebook is a matter outside of the purview. We do have our social media requirements by the Brown Act, but we may need a refresher on that, and I may want to consider how we can go about that.
Okay, so what I hear you asking, President Norwood, is for a review on what is acceptable under the Brown Act for public comment and potential of having a review on the Brown Act, possibly by legal counsel, but to determine the best way to go about that. And then also I heard you say, and what is the responsibility of the, you didn't say it in these words, but this is what I'm taking away. What is the responsibility of the board in response to community members' comments towards a board member in regards to social media? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. So I will look into that and bring it back at a later board meeting.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, everyone, we took an oath, and there's a process involved with that oath, with the ability to interact the manner upon which we are governed by Ed Code, board policy, board group agreements. Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time?
We have no hands raised, so no more public comment to this time, President Norwood.
I do want to circle back on 2 items. One item was, I believe Director Song sent all of us an opportunity to record a video for the STEAM Showcase. I'm hopeful all of the board members will be able to do that on behalf of the work that the MCE Foundation has been doing on our behalf. And Superintendent Jordan, with the story that the young lady said, it would be amazing if we could work with the high school and all of the schools, or to work with the schools to capture those types of stories. We found a young lady who found her voice and who's concerned about that. And so, and Mr. Sy was right for calling her out in a positive way, saying that was an amazing testimony for her to come to the board and to bring that to our attention, so that we do know that there are some amazing stories out there that we need to capture.
Thank you.
Item 11, MUSD strategic goals. I will, for the sake of time, we will take this time and bypass the strategic goals, and we'll move on to number 12, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Norwood. We are going to begin with recognitions, and our strategic goals can be seen in these recognitions. We have our first strategic goal of building a culture of we, which is quite evident in recognizing Ms. Deanna Anderson and Principal Nancy Pass as representatives of the Rose community and Rose students, and the effort that Ms. Anderson initiated, where the students, we got to hear at our team hall meeting last week, I think it was, about how over 800 Valentine's Day cards were sent to those seniors who live in senior residences across the state, and I believe even the Midwest, and that has bloomed into a nonprofit for connecting students with those in need of somebody who cares. So I would like to thank you, Ms. Anderson and Principal Pass, for your efforts and your leadership. Would you like to say a few words?
I'd just like to thank those people that were involved. There were so many people, starting with Ms. Pass. Her inspiration really got the ball rolling and became quite a project that everyone that heard about it wanted to get involved in. So we were able to create 842 Valentines for seniors. And just think about that for a minute. 842 was just our school alone. And that's just a slice of the number of seniors that are out there hurting during our COVID. And we were able to get our intergenerational kids involved with this project with seniors. It even turned out to be nationwide. So we were published in Milpitas Beat and the Tri-City Voice, and we're also being recognized on March 19th with Councilman Lee with the Meals on Wheels program in Los Angeles, where some of the cards went. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And yeah, I want to congratulate Ms. Anderson. She came up with the idea and was like, is it okay if I do it with my class? And I was like, I'm sure other people would. And then when she brought it to the staff, she inspired the staff. And then she created the kits that went home with all the students. And then they and their families brought back the cards. And like the PTO, when they heard about it, they were like, what else can we do to provide things to get this going? So it snowballed from a classroom project into a whole community project. So I want to commend her for that because she's the one who made that happen.
Yep, that is phenomenal. Thank you. I look forward to hearing what more of the organization that you and the team created comes up with. So thank you very much. Our next recognition is for teacher from Milpitas High School, Ms. Mimi Nguyen, who is the club facilitator and advisor for our team robotics. And we're also recognizing team robotics for their VEX competition, as well as featuring a video that the team created, and they were recognized for nationally the impact that the robotics club has had over the years. And we've talked before about how robotics has gone from a group of about 24 years ago to well over 100 Milpitas High School members, plus many more throughout our elementary schools. And this is an example of our strategic goal number 3, building pathways for students, as well as strategic goal number 4, because it builds their social emotional confidence and therefore impacts their school success. So I'd like to also recognize our VEX team members who are representing with Ms. Nguyen, Shinkao Lee, Eugene Nguyen, Eugene Ng, and Kathan Chef, as well as club president Kalino Ruiz and co-vice presidents Nick Azpatia and Edward Mai. So let's start with Ms. Nguyen and then the video.
Hello, thank you everyone, and thank you Superintendent Children for always supporting our club. Honestly, I inherited this great club. They are great themselves, and this is a time to kind of really recognize Eugene, Chang Hao, and Kathan for their great work. This was all them. It's during COVID season and during the distance learning. They were the ones that went out and looked for competitions to compete in and find ways to, and the club itself found ways to kind of help the community through this video that we're going to showcase in a bit.
We are Milpitas Extreme Robotics, and throughout our time here as a club, we have always strived to teach and inspire others to spark their passion in robotics. We have won different awards since our founding in 2002, but our main goal has always been to give back to the community and to help lift each other up, building a stronger and more passion-filled community for all of us.
We hosted the Pomeroy After School class at Marshall Pomeroy Elementary School in 2018. Through this class, we taught 4th to 6th graders robotics-related skills to successfully build and code a robot from scratch. The Interclub Competition is a competition hosted by our club in 2019 for newcomers and other partner clubs, requiring its competitors to construct a robot to
complete a set of challenges using VEX EDR kits and parts, along with Robot C to program the robot. This exposure to robotics helps prepare them for competitive competitions for the future, such as VEX. Teams are 3 people, where we try to include one experienced person and 2 people in a team randomly so that these newcomers can learn as much as possible.
In the summer of 2019, we held the Robotica Camp, where we taught students from 4th to 8th grade STEM-related skills needed to create and code a robot, and then they had a competition of their robots. This gave them exposure to what competitive robotics is like, in addition to learning how to program. They were also given engineering challenges which encouraged them to think outside the box and collaborate with others. This can also be applied in robotics and also in the STEM field.
Milpitas Extreme Robotics hosted a VEX Girl-powered workshop to get more people interested in STEM. Since women only represent 24% in the STEM field, during this workshop, we aim to introduce many younger students and girls to VEX and do several hands-on projects to make them familiar with robots.
During the fall of 2019, we held Mecanum Robotics classes for students from elementary and middle school at a community college. Using the skills taught in our Robotica summer camp, the students were able to create a robot using a microbit. With this project, they were able to learn how to implement skills learned independently into robotics.
Do you want to continue robotics, and what about this program wanted you to continue robotics?
I want to continue robotics because, first of all, it's very fun, and also whenever I do like my homework, I don't concentrate very well. But whenever I do robotics, it makes me concentrate very well. I think I like this program because we could build the robots, and the robots took a little bit of time, but it was still fun.
We're not just a club, we're a team and we're a family. Our mission is to spark a passion for robotics in all of our members, to watch them fall in love and to help them never let go. Because we don't just build robots, we build memories for a lifetime.
Thank you very much. I love that. We build memories for a lifetime. And we have our club president, Kalina Ruiz. Would you like to say a few words about the club?
We're on mute.
I think he wasn't able to make it today.
Okay. How about one of our co-vice presidents, Nick or Edward?
Yeah, they also were not able to make it today. Yeah.
How about
we do have our VEX team members, Chang Hao, Katan, and Eugene.
Great. Let's hear from them.
Yeah, just unmute yourself. I do see.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So that video was from a while ago, but since then we've been doing a lot of other things in order to help our community, and we've also been yeah, I don't know, from like our competitions, we also hope to be able to teach more people who are coming into our club robotics related skills like building and programming, even while we're at home. So yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
You're on mute, Superintendent Jordan.
Thank you. That's powerful, Cheng Gao. It's not just all you have to say. You're talking about how you're continuing to find ways that our students, your colleagues, can enjoy something that they're passionate about, which will lead them to a future career. So I appreciate the work that you all put into it. Would any of the other students like to say anything?
We do have Eugene and
Okay.
Kathan.
One thing I'll say is that I just overall I appreciate the opportunities that the robotics club gave us, and actually allowed us to compete during this time, and allowing us to actually just have a chance to work together and just work on robotics.
Thank you, Eugene. Kathan?
Yeah, so yeah, pretty much the same thing. I'm just really thankful that during these tough times, we're able to compete with Herbex robotics competition, and that despite the circumstance, we were still able to make a robot that was able to win the competition. So we would like to thank for the opportunities you provide.
Yes, that's pretty amazing that even though we were in shelter in place with some precautions together, you and the team were able to create something, a robot that was a winning example of team. So thank you. And I see Kathan's screen is a pathway, which is a perfect segue into recognizing those who made Manufacturing Day possible. Manufacturing Day greatly epitomizes our strategic goal number 3, building personal pathways that lead students to a career and purpose. And each of the last 3 years, the city staff has worked with school staff, as well as with the Economic Development Commission and leaders of our local corporations to provide this experience for our students. And even during shelter in place, we still had a fantastic day. And so I would like to recognize Economic Director Alex Andretti and Daniel Degu, as well as Nicole Inamine. And Nicole, as I'm aware, is not able to be with us tonight, but she is one who was in great communication with all of our team members to make sure that this was a success. And also with us, we have the members of our Economic Development Commission from the city of Milpitas. We have Mr. Casey McNeil, Ms. Lynn Rice, Inderjeet Mundra, Juliette Gomez, Manafoni Dickerson, Deepak Oswashi, Margaret Temissier, B. Glass, and President Chris Norwood. On our school staff, we had our teachers from our academies as well as from Workability. We had Mr. Paul Okuyoy, Brian McGarry, Rodney Enns, Andrea Hutchison, Jacqueline Adams, and Annette Rodarte. And with them, they have some of the students who were there that day: Ipsita Jane, Gianve Ulanimo, V. Tran, Jordan Rafael Macareg, Angeline Mai, and Caitlin Rose Ventura. I would like to ask Director Andretti if he or one of his team members would like to say a few words about Manufacturing Day.
Well, if I may, if Alex is not there, then I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Go ahead, Inderjeet, and then let's hear perhaps from our commissioner of the commissioner chair as well. Go ahead, Mr. Mundra.
Well, thank you all for having me here, and thank you, Superintendent Jordan, President Norwood, board members and staff. I would like to thank you all for thank all the manufacturing facilities that have accommodated this event, over all these years for every Manufacturing Day. And I would like you to know that the future of the city is being planned and discussed in Economic Development and Trade Commission. The future holds the creation of an innovation district that we will find very exciting. We look forward to the students engaging and experiencing and contributing to the industry that really influences markets worldwide. right here from Milpitas. So it's very exciting. And also, if I may add, the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce is thankful for the support that the students have provided to this nonprofit organization for many, many years. The Chamber projects have helped the students to gain valuable experience by being involved directly with the local business community. So it's just a huge plus for the students. You can see by what they presented today that they can do some really, really amazing things. So it's very, very impressive. And we have a lot to be grateful for. Thank you.
Yes, we do have much to be grateful for. Thank you, Mr. Munja. I understand that President Norwood also serves as the chair of this commission. Would you like to say a few words or invite another commissioner to speak?
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. I was recently appointed chair several months ago of the commission, and the Manufacturing Day is an incredible opportunity. But I would hopefully, is Casey McNeil here?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Casey, please take the lead on this conversation. You were right there in the thick of everything, so we much appreciate it.
Well, I think this was a trick that you guys got me here right after the robotics club. Man, that was fun. What a great group. And I can't hire you guys yet because you're still in high school, but give it a few years and come see me afterwards, because that was really good. But back to Manufacturing Day. So it was, Manufacturing Day was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, we couldn't have it on the campus this year to actually feel and see some of the robotics and the advanced manufacturing tools that we have. But we were able to, with the commission's help, with the city's help, put on a good performance for a lot of the students. There's a lot of great questions, a lot of interactivity, despite us being online. So hopefully, we'll get this behind us and be able to see some of the students back again this year for the Manufacturing Day, and we'll be able to get the full experience again. So just want to thank everyone for participating. Always a lot of fun, and look forward to it again.
Casey, if you could be so kind as to could you introduce yourself in terms of who you are and where you're at and that kind of thing as well? Forgive me for not asking you that question.
That's right. So my name is Casey McNeil. I work and live in Milpitas. So I work at Flex, formerly Flextronics. I'm the automation manager. So my job is to work with robots all day. So that's why I was really enthusiastic about the robotics presentation. So that is my role, and I'm Vice Chair of the Economic Trade and Development Commission.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any of the other commissioners that got the opportunity to participate in either the robotics virtual we had or the year before that would like to speak at this time?
I do remember Manufacturing Day from before the pandemic. I know, it was just so awesome, touring that facility, kids seeing the future of the industry just right here at home in Milpitas.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Casey, for always being a gracious host.
Thank you.
Madam.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Board Chairman Norwood. I want to, on the behalf of San Jose Evergreen Community College District and Evergreen Valley College, we're always honored to be partnership with Milpitas Unified School District, and especially on Manufacturing Day. So we like being the partner in the education pipeline to get the students ready and prepared and skilled to work for Casey. Just wanted to quickly introduce myself. I'm Manipon Dickerson. I'm the Dean for Business and Workforce Development at Evergreen Valley College. So we have a manufacturing partnership with Milpitas School District. And from that partnership, we have cultivated advanced manufacturing certificate with all our industry partners. So we were always honored to always be part of the program in Manufacturing Day. So usually when we have on campus, the students visit our site in addition to visiting other manufacturing companies too as well. So, and this year was very more special because of the virtual environment, and Board President Norwood did a great job in emceeing the event and making sure that we talked about the future of advanced manufacturing and the future of occupations for our students. So thank you for this recognition and being part of the manufacturing program.
Welcome. Are there any other comments from either the Milpitas Economic Development and Trade Commission at this point? Superintendent Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. And I would like to invite one of our teachers to share their experience with Manufacturing Day. And then I'd like to hear from a few of our students.
Hi, I'm just really thankful for this opportunity for our students. It's, you know, we never know which experience is going to unlock a door for them for their future. Yep. And getting to hear from so many different people, even though it was virtual, it was a new experience for our students. And every year we have new students. And so, you know, just introducing them to opportunities that they haven't thought of yet. I think that's part of what we do, and just thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchison, and thank you too to our academy teachers and our workability educators, Ms. Adams and Ms. Rodarte. And now I'd like to ask of our students who participated in Manufacturing Day, if one or more of you would like to share your experience.
Hello there.
Hi.
All right, so I, Jordan McGregor of the 2022 Student Council of the Digital Business Academy in Milpitas High School, am honored to receive this recognition for my presence during Manufacturing Day, and I'm pretty sure all of the participants in this meeting is thankful for that too. And I'm very thankful to the educators at the Manufacturing Day seminar who taught the forefront of advanced manufacturing and the intricate processes along their environment through day-to-day videos, workshops, and etc. And as I can see, I can recognize, thank you, Ms. Manafon Dickerson, Mr. Keith McNeil, very much for having us. It was very good to be there. And thank you again, Ms. Superintendent Jordan and President Norwood for having us here. Thank you all very much. Continue on teaching advanced manufacturing to our future generations. And happy belated International Women's Day.
Thank you, President Macareg. Do we have another student who would like to share their experience? As we heard, Manufacturing Day is a day that can be a pivotal day for those students who come to see what is available in our own backyard in Milpitas for advanced manufacturing and careers in technology. And it is Women's History Month. And I appreciate Dean Dickerson's empowered sign that she has in her Zoom background. I also appreciate that we have recognized the power of robotics and the power of ingenuity and providing students with different experiences and pathways. And I recall that at our Manufacturing Day 2 years ago, a student who did not want to really go, except for the fact that he would get to miss school for a day, actually wound up realizing that Flex was a place that he saw himself, and he was amazed with the technology that Flex had. And we should check back with him, but he declared that day that he had a pathway that he was going to pursue. So one day does definitely change the lives of students. So thank you all. Your work is very powerful. That is it for our recognitions. And now I would like to share my screen.
Superintendent Jordan, we do have an attendee with a hand raised. I didn't know if you wanted to fit them in, but
Is it a public comment or in relation to?
I believe the hand was raised when we started recognitions, but it's Joseph Weinstein.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it relates to. Okay, Joseph Weinstein, we will enable your audio now, and you are good for your public comment. Joseph, you should be able to talk. You have to unmute yourself. Okay, so we will have to get back if he's able to get his audio working. Sorry.
Understood. Thank you, Scott. At this time, we are on item 12B, COVID-19 update.
Thank you, President. I need to share my screen. So every 2 weeks, we have a COVID data and actions and update, and today is a bit more than that. First, I'd like to start with our data. Locally in Santa Clara County, the adjusted case rate as of today is 5.8, which puts us in the red tier. And I need to move my, there we go. And we can see on the red tier that means that we are doing a tremendous work in following all the safety guidelines, and now with the addition of vaccines, moving towards a point in time when we can have more in-person interactions. And speaking of vaccines, in our county, 408,927 people have had their first doses, and a little over 190,000 have had their second doses. And there is also on the Public Health Department a dashboard which shows you the vaccines, where they're located by provider, as well as a tally that is updated every 7 days. And here in Milpitas, we have in MUSD 334 team members who we know of who have either had their first vaccine or are scheduled to have a vaccine. And there may be more who haven't responded to our survey or who are doing vaccines in places that are not specifically assigned for MUSD. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, Walgreens will be providing the Janssen vaccine for MUSD educators here at the district office. So we're really excited about that. And next week at the fairgrounds, again, we will have some appointments designated exclusively for MUSD educators. This is our update, our update on our tests. We do testing every week, and those who are on campus have asymptomatic testing twice a month. And we could see that since we began our testing in October, or actually since August, but then we began our testing in November, we've had 2 students who had COVID and 20 team members. And those are people who have been on campus. And somebody asked about the Johnson & Johnson's, and I learned today in our county meeting with the Public Health Department that it's actually the Janssen vaccine that we have, and it's been confused with the Johnson & Johnson. Looking at our numbers over here, this box used to have our readiness for having in-person learning expansion, and we had a few, probably in January, we had every site had all PPE ready to go in the classrooms. And the last safety pieces that were yet to be done were directional signs. And I was at Zinker on Monday. And there I spoke with our custodian, Tyler, who is very excited about expanding in-person learning. And he shared with me how he is making sure that all of the directional markings are in place, and that's similar across the district. We've reported every 2 weeks that our YMCA partners have had learning pods on campuses at Randall and Rose, serving a consistent 48 students. We have our elementary learning pod at the Milpitas Adult Ed campus, and we have grown to 20 learners there. At Milpitas San Jose City campus, we have 18 learners from Milpitas High School, as well as Russell, who come for learning lab time. At Cal Hills, they moved their learning lab to Cal Hills, and they have increased to 16 learners. And Rancho has increased to 23 learners. And additionally, today, Rancho started work with all special ed students in 3 of its special ed classrooms. Then over in this box, we have our running tally. As of February 28th, those are the white numbers, compared to today, March 8th, which would be the pink numbers. 2 weeks ago, we had 137 teachers and paraeducators using classrooms as teaching studios. Now we're up to 141. We had 2 weeks ago, 43 offering in-person learning support, and now we're up to 48. And 2 weeks ago, we had 257 learners on campuses. As of yesterday, that number has dropped a bit to 224. We have tiers of our employees. Tier 1 are those employees who have a medical reason for not being able to be in person. And tier 2 are those who have a person at home in the household who is in need of making sure that they're protected from COVID as much as possible. And we have 65 team members there. At our February 9th board meeting, our facilitators representing our revision committee task force, which began its work in November, shared with everybody the protocols that the task force came up with that aligned the full district. And then each school site or each group, such as elementary, middle school, and high school, took those protocols and personalized them. And they also used a rubric which helped them to identify students based on the most critical need to not necessarily in need of in-person learning, so that they could really focus targeted in-person learning support for students who are in great need. And we are ready to launch version 3.0 on April 1st. And we are going to expand that launch to include all students who wish to come on campus for in-person learning in grades TK through 6th grade, as well as 9th grade. And in our middle schools, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, those students who are in greatest need will come in for targeted support. So we're very excited about that. On Friday, all parents should receive a parent survey and a parent compact. The parent survey will illustrate what general plan their school has as far as a schedule. We are looking based on potential for capacity to ensure that we are following all the safety protocols with the social distancing, potentially approximately 2 days a week. That may be a little more or a little less depending on the capacity. And there is also a compact that those parents who wish to have their students will have to sign. And part of the prerequisites of that compact are that they assure that their child will complete the health screen each day. They are willing to have their child tested for COVID when we do our asymptomatic testing, and some other parameters as well in that compact. Beginning next week, our schools by school site will offer school-based town halls so that they can speak specifically to what in-person learning support will look like at their school site. And either the president, vice president, or myself, or all three of us, will be at those town hall meetings as well. President, vice president, and I will also provide general town halls for our secondary level as well as elementary level, and then also targeted for specific language groups of Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish. And in those general town hall meetings, we'll answer the big picture questions and also provide great detail about the safety work that we have in place. So we're very excited. I just can't wait to expand our in-person learning. And I want to really thank every single one of our team members, the board, and our parents, and also students who have been a part of this learning journey with us since March 13th. I want to remind everybody that we have been planning and ahead of things from the beginning. We started with MUSD Educate Everywhere version 0, version 0.0 last spring 2020. And over the summer, you might recall that we had about 250 stakeholders who were a part of our COVID-19 task force, and they planned out a variety of aspects, everywhere from safety to sanitation to what at that time we thought we might do hybrid, what that would look like, as well as supports for special education. And various aspects of those plannings were implemented. We discovered and determined that in October, the hybrid models that we had described in August were not necessarily the best way to ensure that all of our students had the best possible learning experience in this situation. And so that is why in November, we created the task force for revision and developed our in-person learning support while trying to maintain as to the greatest extent possible that our teacher and student assignments would remain the same and school assignments would also remain the same. And so here we are after those literally hundreds of thousands of hours that team members have put in place, about ready to launch version 3.0. So it's very exciting, and thank you to all for the deep work that you put into this, and especially thank you to our association presidents, Diana Orlando, Michelle Kessinger, Suzette Bromagem, Clarissa Isbell, Lori Armino, Nicole Klein, and our HR leaders, Jonathan Brunson and Damon James, because in addition to all the work that I just described, they have been meeting regularly to work out different aspects of our agreements so that we can be where we are. I want to emphasize the importance of maintaining our safety protocols. We're all very excited about the vaccine. There's a sense of relief amongst many, and we still must be diligent in ensuring that we are following the safety protocols, which is washing your hands frequently, maintaining your distance, wearing your mask, which now the recommendation is to double mask, as well as getting asymptomatic testing and making sure that you're quarantining when you are symptomatic or when you have been around somebody who has been diagnosed with COVID. And those are essential to our success as we expand our in-person learning. And now I would like to end this part of the report with a video. It's the third in our series of MUSD on the Move. And this time we have Christina Ojeda from Burnett. Mr. Forstner, would you please put the video on for us?
Unshare your screen and then we'll pop it right on. There you go.
Hi, my name is Christina Ojeda. I teach resource. This is my first year at Burnett, but I've been teaching with Milpitas Unified for 5 years. Resource is a program through special education where the student is in the general education classroom the majority of the day, and they'll receive my support or with support with the paraprofessional. We work as a team to support them in progressing academically, so they can come to the resource room to work at their skill level to progress in their independent skills, and then hopefully generalize in the general education classroom. And then there's a push-in service where the paraprofessional or I will go in the classroom to support them with the general education work. I started coming onto campus as soon as I could get my keys, because I wanted to start setting up for whatever our future held within the school year. I also wanted to gather materials to send home to my students, like notebooks, pencils, just some stickers, just materials to make it feel like school is actually starting for the students. And the reason why I come in is that one of the main reasons is it's quiet and it feels normal to come to work, and that gives me some sort of comfort and normalcy in this new environment that we have to teach in. Also is I teach best with my materials that I have, and so I wanted to take the materials that I do have and kind of create them online. So in my classroom, I have all kinds of materials. So I could just get up and see what I have and be creative and find ways to make them virtually accessible to the students. It's been a lot of trial and error, and I want to say I still continue to try new things. The first thing that's most important in my job is the student goal. So I tackled that first, like how am I going to teach them towards their goals? And once I received data on their goal progress, then I wanted to go to that next step. Now, how am I going to transfer this goal work towards the general education piece? And my principal has been very supportive. So I have access to all the general education teachers' Google Classrooms, so I can access the work and then either work virtually with the student on that work or find skills that I think the student needs support with to help them online. I feel really comfortable with the safety protocols that are in place. When I started coming on campus, there was a box of hand sanitizer, gloves, I've gotten masks, and I have the Terminator spray. And when I requested for the plexiglass, I got that right away as well. The staff that I all encounter, they wear their masks. They're very respectful of the social distance.
Thank you, Scott and David, for putting together this series. And the title, MUSD on the Move, is definitely appropriate, because as we are preparing for launching MUSD Educate Everywhere version 3.0, at the same time, we are preparing for extended learning through the summer that will be different from the summer school that we knew in the past. And we are taking the pieces of MUSD Educate Everywhere through 2020 and 2021 that have been phenomenal in providing students with learning opportunities, and also really in connecting our teachers and our parents as partners. I mean, we finally have the greatest parent engagement that I've ever experienced in my career. And we want to ensure that all of those pieces are a part of how we learn going forward as we prepare for the fourth industrial revolution, which we are experiencing And we want every single one of our learners to be creators, molders, and leaders in the future. And that's really what makes MUSD so special. We have people who care, we have people who are dedicated, we have people who are purposeful, and we have people who demonstrate and model a culture of we, so that we can ensure we have a world-class education system in Milpitas. So it takes all of us. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. As that was the COVID update and not a report, are there any comments or questions from board members on this particular item? Scott, do we have any comments from the public on this particular item?
I see no hands raised at this time, so no public comments.
So if I'm not mistaken, Superintendent Jordan, the announcement that you just made was that MUSD is moving forward and expanding its learning to utilize the campuses more
Yes.
frequently.
Yes.
At all levels. And there will be, if the first group that will be served will be the students or will be contacted or eligible are students with highest needs. And then also it will be offered to other students that may have the interest or whose families may need the opportunity for them to come on campus.
Based on grade levels, yes.
Right. So give me a scenario of what may happen if there is a tremendous need or desire for students to come back to campus. What does that look like? Can you share a little bit of that?
What do you mean by tremendous need?
Or tremendous ask? So we're surveying this Friday, correct?
Yes.
All right.
We begin the actually we begin the survey on Monday. We'll hold it from Monday to Friday, and it will illustrate for each parent their child's teacher or grade level, and give a general schedule of what that will look like.
And the surveys will go out in multiple languages.
Yes.
And for those that we're soliciting a response and we don't get one, what is our plan? Or is that to the school site to decide?
That's what the school site to address.
Okay, because the goal with in-person or expanding to in-person learning to make sure that we meet the students that are in need, I want to be mindful of the fact that we don't want to miss anyone because they may not respond to email, especially if within the rubric that they don't respond to email. Or so could you speak to that too as well?
Yes, now I think I understand what your question was about. Yes, so how do we ensure that those students who are not engaged or who are partially participating or who have the greatest need and may not necessarily respond to a survey, how do we ensure that they are notified that this is an opportunity? And what we discussed with principals yesterday was actually calling those parents.
Thank you. And we will have translators available for those phone calls so that the parents can get their questions answered specifically.
Yes, we do have translators available.
Thank you. Item 13, Superintendent's Executive Cabinet Reports. Members of the Executive Cabinet will have recent significant information to present to the governing board on topics that are not on the agenda. Reports are limited. Well, that we never quite get that part right, so I won't even mention it.
Thank you, President Norwood. We will begin with our CDC Director, Dr. Jerry Lopez. He and the Child Development Center team will give their update for how things have been working this year in relation to our strategic goals.
Thank you, Superintendent and Board President, board members, cabinet, and members of the community. I want to just introduce a couple of the teachers who work with us diligently at the CDC. And I wanted to start by saying that in about this month, we celebrate 1 year of doing distance learning for our preschool students at the Child Development Center. But more importantly, in about 2 months, we're going to celebrate 1 year of being open for in-person childcare over at Rose and Senate. And at this point, what I wanted to do is introduce Marisol Monares, who is going to speak about her experience teaching this past year with the preschoolers over at Rose CDC. Marisol?
Yes. Hi, first off, I just want to say that I feel privileged to be part of our Rose CDC staff. And as you know, we have an amazing boss, our Mr. Jerry Lopez, who has been supporting us since the beginning of this pandemic. And we are serving up to 14 in-person preschool students. And my experience has been a positive one because I see how our families, and the majority are low-income families, that are being supported during these hard times. Our parents are mainly, well, all essential workers, and they are very grateful to have us as our only childcare providers in their families, and they rely on our service. So I feel happy to be part of that. Parents have told me that they value and appreciate our service because if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't have childcare, and they would either have to give up their jobs or move out of the city or find a different way of finding another job or finding another source of childcare, which is really difficult for them because a lot of our families either are single mothers or families that come from a different country and don't have other families they can rely on. Challenge that I have faced as a preschool teacher during this pandemic is not being able to comfort a hurting child or a crying child. Having to reject their welcomes, their hugs every morning is something that is hard for me. And at their young age, it's hard for them to understand that they can't hug me in the morning. So that's the hardest challenge right now. And as sites prepare for reopening, I would say that to them that to continue the safety protocols such as, hand washing and sanitizing. And for now, that's something that I wanted to share. So thank you for your time. And now I will present to you our wonderful site supervisor, Lorena Wright. And now is your time. Thank you.
You might be muted, Lorena.
Man, if I had a quarter for everybody, every time somebody said you might be muted.
Jerry, I'm not seeing Lorena Wright on our.
Oh my goodness, I hope she wasn't kicked out. I know she earlier. Well, let me tell you what she was going to talk about. We provide.
Here. Hello?
Oh my goodness. Okay,
It's
there you are.
because my computer, I have some technical difficulties with my computer. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, she's going to talk now about the school age program over at Rose and Senate. Hi, Lorena.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Lorena Wright, and I'm a site supervisor at CDC Rose. We serve up to 42 students from K to 6th grade and 2 in-person sessions at Rose CDC and 1 at Senate CDC. We have staff from 7 CDC teachers, 2 CDC paras, and 2 CDC para volunteers. Our experience has been positive because first of all, we have the great support from Dr. Lopez and our teachers who has the passion and easy arena. And we've been emphasizing a lot in social emotional development. We do spirit weeks. I bring my bunny for the children's pet. and do activities to engage the children. I know we have been providing a valuable services because maybe a lot of people don't know, but we are partnership with Head Start program, which is federal funded, and the pilot state program. And we follow all the state, federal, and state and federal protocols and regulations. With that said, we all well-rounded program. A challenge we have been faced, in my opinion, is not be able to take care more families like we would like to. And, because we have to follow the regulations of the licensing. Parents have told me they appreciate our services because we not only take care of the child education, but also we take care of the family needs in many different areas. Let me see. As I is prepared to reopen, I would like to follow the following suggestions to continue with the health and safety protocols. And that's it.
Thank you, Lorena. Now we're going to have Eliza Casilla talk about our distance learning program over at Sunny Hill CDC. Eliza?
Hi, I'm Eliza. So I'm one of the preschool teachers at Sunny Hill CDC. Right now, we are currently serving 56 preschool students in 4 distance learning sessions. So this includes 8 inclusion students serviced in conjunction with our inclusion teacher. So along with our inclusion teacher, we have a staff of 2 CDC teachers, me being one, 2 CDC paras, and 2 inclusion paras. So what made our distance learning great was that we have a great team who supports each other, which created a valuable service for our students. So this included feedback on how we should run our virtual meetings, creating our packets, and our most important, which was being able to reach out to our families. We have 56 students. It's hard to do that with only 2 teachers. So it was very helpful for our parents to also be able to reach out. And one positive aspect from our distance learning was really seeing our students be excited for our meetings and actually asking to meet longer than how we are meeting. But one challenge that we did face is the lack of working Chromebooks for our students to use. So the ones that we had in the beginning were old and slow, which made it difficult for our families and our students to log on for our meetings and to complete their asynchronous work. I know right now we just got some, so thankful for that. And overall, like many sites, distance learning has its challenges. And what worked for us really was our teamwork. So when reopening sites, I suggest that it's good to take feedback from every person at your site and be respectful of it. It allows everyone to be involved, and it also keeps everyone on the same page. So I'll bring it back to Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Ms. Eliza, Lorena, and Marisol. We have been very judicious this year about our spending and even our staffing. And so because of that and some grants that I believe Assistant Superintendent Rodriguez will be mentioning in her report, we should be ending in the black once again and possibly with a profit this year. And that is, as Ms. Eliza and Ms. Marisol and Lorena both mentioned, we are servicing about half the students that we would possibly in any given year, and that's because of the regulations of maintaining the smaller ratio. We are planning the reopening right now of our SDC special needs classes at both Rose and Sunny Hills, much like everybody else is planning, and also Ms. Eliza and her co-teacher, Ms. Teresa, will be opening up at least one session of part-time so we can bring some of our inclusion students with us in person and develop their IEP goals. We are also, as we plan the reopening right after that, right at the beginning of June, we're going to be planning our next reopening, which is our summer program. Many people don't know that CDC actually is open throughout the summer. So we have a 50-day summer school to prepare for. And then following that, the reopening for the following year in the fall. So we get very little rest, but we enjoy ourselves. I want to thank at this point the teachers that you've heard today, the teachers from CDC, SDC, the paraprofessionals, the teachers in charge paraprofessionals that were paying a differential so they can take over a class. We wouldn't be able to do the program without them. And then the paraprofessionals that show up and are supporting both the in-person programs and also the distance learning programs. And a very special thanks to IECO, Miss Ayako Smith, Jennifer Bailey, and Lorena Wright, who is a brand new addition to us. She hit the ground running this year, replacing a very experienced site supervisor, but she's been a great asset and addition to our program. So those are some of our kids right there that you see at the bottom. And any questions? And these are some of the programs. This was a display for fall that Miss Lorena and the teachers over at Rose prepared for the children for the fall festival. And don't worry, the two children, the two couples that are sitting together are siblings, so it's okay for them to be sitting together without a mask. But we do try to, as much as possible, beyond the distance learning experience that our children have in the morning with their own teachers, that then the afternoon is full of activity and social emotional development for them. Any questions at this point?
Yeah, Dr. Lopez and the CDC SDC team, really thank you for maximizing the opportunity to service these young students. As you mentioned 8 months ago, is providing in-person support, and thank you for mentioning the fact that based on the regulations, it really limited the offering. Well, I do have a question for the team: is what early childhood innovation are you going to be able to carry forward in the CDC SDC?
Ms. Eliza, I think you've come across a couple of nuggets of, I know that as we've been doing distance learning, we're saying, hey, you know what? We're never going to go back. We're going to do things differently now because we have this experience with distance learning. Anything come to mind, Ms. Eliza, what we talked about? Particularly with parents?
With parents?
Whatever you have to say. I know that we talked about parent interaction.
Oh yeah, so one thing that worked really well with distance learning is we have more parent interaction, like was mentioned, than we would in person. And I find that online it's easier to, reach out to our parents and be able to get them engaged. I always also see them on class, so they're up to date with what we're learning, and they always it's always good to hear their feedback as well.
And one thing that we've seen also, we are very tight staff, very few of us, yet we provide the distance learning program and then 4 sessions from 7:30 to 5:30. So it's a 10-day program for us. And our staff is running ragged here and there. We rarely have time for PD. However, the use of anything from Google Meet to Zoom, we've actually had more face-to-face PD and staff time than on any other year that I've been with them. So that's one thing that we're also going to carry out into the future.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
We do have 2 hands raised, President Norwood, for some public comment.
Thank you, Scott. Please move forward.
Okay, we have, first one is Ruchira Chanda. We're gonna activate your audio and you will be able to make a 2-minute public comment. Unmute yourself, Ruchira, and then you're good to go.
Hi, so my son goes to the 7th grade in Thomas Russell, and as per the presentation given by the superintendent, you guys are planning to open up the in-person learning from kindergarten till 6th grade and the 9th graders. We parents would be receiving surveys and parent compact packets to give feedbacks. So I didn't hear anything about how the middle school is going to open up, and because I have friends the kids in Pleasanton, they have started going in person, and each kid sits with plexiglasses around their chairs, so that way they don't have to wear masks. But obviously the number of students are less. It's like half of the class is online and half is in person, and the switch. So is there such a plan being done in the Milpitas Unified School District? And if so, what is the plan for the middle schoolers? Because my son switched from private to public, and he really hasn't got a chance to make friends. So I think it's necessary for him to go back to school for his mental and emotional growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent Jordan, would you like to, I believe that Superintendent Jordan, if you could just briefly restate what the plan is for communication as we move forward with expanding in-person learning and what we're doing at the middle schools, that would be great.
Yes, President Norwood. What we are doing at the middle schools is we're expanding in-person learning to those students who are in greatest need, and the middle schools will be reaching out to those students. As parents, if you would like to connect with the principals about your child and your child's needs to be in person, you are welcome to do that. We will be having specific town hall meetings for Russell and for Rancho, and many more details and questions and answers will be given at that time.
Thank you. Next comment, Scott.
Yep, we have one more hand raised. It is Niall D, and we are going to activate your audio now and unmute yourself, and you are good to go.
Yes, thank you. This is Neil D. Niall, Neil D. Thank you, Board of Trustees. My statement is far. We've been traveling far without a home, but without a star, free. We only want to be free, and we huddle close and we hang on to this dream. During this COVID time, we've been on the boats and we've been on the planes, and we know that people are coming to America, and we're not looking back again. We can't look back on the 2020. We have to go forward, and they're all coming to America. And it doesn't seem so far away, and we're traveling light today. In the eye of the storm, in the eye of the storm. Home to a new and shiny place. We make our bed and we say our grace. Freedom's light's burning warm. Freedom's light's burning warm. Thank you for your time. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a beautiful poem.
Okay, and there are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Scott. The next item on the agenda are, we're still in executive cabinet reports.
Mm-hmm. Yes, each assistant superintendent has a brief update.
Okay. Prior to that, Neil, are you still there?
Stand by, we can. No, I don't. He dropped off after that.
Okay. Scott, we have his, he came in via Zoom, so did he have to register?
Yeah, we can check that out for you guys.
We may want to follow up to make sure that he's okay. I thought we may want to follow up. We do want to follow up. So Superintendent, if you can work with Scott or someone.
Yep, we're already on it.
Awesome, thank you.
Mhm.
Good idea, Chris. You did sound really sad. I want to make sure people's mental well-being is upheld during this time.
Well, let's continue with the Superintendent's Executive Cabinet report.
We will begin with HR Assistant Sup Jonathan Brunson.
Good evening, President Chris Norwood of trustees, as well as executive cabinet and all honored guests. I'll go as quick as I can. We are in the middle of the transfer process for our certificated teachers in the district. And so that just closed today, and we will be conducting interviews as soon as possible. And then once those positions are filled, we then open up the positions to go find our future talent all over this great country. Speaking of future talent, we've gone to a couple recruitment fairs already, and we have plenty more booked for the future. We got to go to UC Davis, Jackie Vo Felbinger and I, and then this weekend, Damon James, the director of HR, and I were at the virtual National University Recruitment Fair. And I'm proud to say that Mimi Nguyen, who spoke this year, 2 years ago, we discovered her over at UC Davis. So it's always fun to see the future talent rise and do great things in our district. I was honored to be a guest reader in Miss Diana Orlando's class on Dr. Seuss Day, and I got to read a book of my choice, so I chose 3 questions, and it was written by a gentleman by the name of John Muth, but originally took in from author people most are familiar with is Leo Tolstoy. And I'm just grateful to serve in our county on the COVID task force for healthy kids. And with that, we were able to put Milpitas on the map, and we were able to get additional vaccines for our employees across our great district. And we'll have a guest from Walgreens visiting our district office tomorrow to provide more vaccines. So if you haven't signed up already, please do. And I'll end with honoring our great women that we have in this district. You look at our cabinet, 3 amazing women in leadership, and including our superintendent, Norma Rodriguez and Wendy Zhang. You look at our school board with 2 amazing women on our board. You look at all the many principals that we have, and our leaders for our associations, both Diana Orlando and Michelle Kissinger. So on behalf of all the women that lead and do the wonderful things for our district and across this country, we thank you, and we lift them up because we still have room for growth in women in leadership. So thank you. That was in my report.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Brunson. And next we'll have Assistant Superintendent Norma Rodriguez.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Good evening, Board of Trustees and community members. I have 2 reports because the first one was taken by Robert Young. I still think that we are doing an outstanding job and showcasing our students, so hopefully you all can join us. The first report is the California Commission on Teaching Credentialing approved the full accreditation of our new teacher induction program. The accreditation cycle is for 7 years. It's a huge task and a great accomplishment. The team was led by Director Kuzunoki and Ms. Kim Nguyen, who is our teacher on special assignment. They did an outstanding job getting this accreditation completed, and kudos to all of them. And we have an amazing induction program in MUSD. The second report is, as you know, you approved the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Services plan, and the work continues in partnership with the district stakeholders as we push towards completing measurable outcomes identified in the plan, such as the behavior matrix and the equity PD scheduled for March 24th, and the multi-tier systems of supports handbook and other work that has been done. The first progress report is due to the state April 12th, and I am very happy to inform the board that we are on target. And finally, I wanted to share with the board and congratulate Dr. Lopez for applying and also receiving a grant for $130,000 plus a Head Start for $36,000 grant and a $20,000 first 5 grant. Dr. Lopez has been very ambitious and moving forward and bringing in as much funds as he can to support the program and to grow the program. And so kudos to him and his team. And this concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent Rodriguez. And that is fantastic news, Dr. Lopez. And we'll have to revisit that at one of our upcoming board meetings. Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Wendy Zhang.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have 3 quick reports. The first one, I'm very excited to share that yesterday we received a letter from the Office of Public School Construction, OPSC, to approve our Meadows new construction funding application. The exact approved amount is $16,573,033. So we sent in that application back in October 2017. We're now finally get approved, and we're expecting to receive the funds as early as could be in May and June this year. So I'm very excited to share that with you.
So Wendy, you can say that number again. I mean, I don't mind hearing that number again.
I know, yeah, $16,573,033. And also, by the way, our consultant is going to start working on round 2, the phase 2 Meadows new construction. So it's very exciting. And my second report is on March 3rd, we had our bond oversight committee meeting, and our external district auditor from Chrome shared the audit report with our committee. And of course, and that is the same report that we shared with our board. We had a clean audit for both our financial statement of bond program as well as their performance. And also on February 25th, we had our parcel tax oversight committee meeting. Staff shared our parcel tax expenditures and the projections for next year. We also shared with our committee on the local school districts funding, and I received many feedback from the committee that the information was well received. So that's all my reports for tonight.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Thank you, all the assistant superintendents. And no offense to Jonathan's report or Norma's report, but I got to lean towards it's very rare that I hear Wendy talking about money that we received at that amount. So I do recall when you asked for the budget for the team to come in to help you work through some of the language on some of those projects so that we could be ensured that we weren't going to be discounted or removed or delayed by a technicality. So I think that was a $50K ask maybe a year and a half ago or something like that.
75,000 back, yeah.
Of course.
It's well spent, yeah.
Of course. So that is incredible return on investment. So thank you for that amazing news. Are there any other comments before we move on to the next board group agreements by the board? And Scott, once the board has this opportunity to make comments, please check to see if there are any raised hands from the public.
Will do, President Norwood. We have none at this time, and I'll let you know if any hands get raised.
Okay. With no other additional comments from board members at this point, we are on to item number 14, board group agreements. And again, for the sake of time, we are going to work. We're going to pass the time. Oh, before I forget, we do also have our board student reps here today. with us. We have both of our board student reps here. So I want to make sure that they are counted on the attendance. Amy Stanley,
Yes.
just say present.
Oh, present.
And Effie? Awesome. Thank you both for being here and your leadership. I mentioned we're going to honor the time, and we're going to move over to board communication requests. This part of the agenda provides school board members the opportunity to report on their activities as elected officials. School board members may request the placement of items on future board agenda, relay information from the community, or request information from staff. The student board representatives also report on schools and their student activities. So with that said, I did do the brief introduction of you both by you being here. And I would like, Effie, would you like to go? Effie, please go first and give us your board report.
To update the current status with community service, because of quarantine, Cal Hill's faculty are being more lenient with how many hours Cal Hill seniors need to complete to graduate. We previously had to have 20 hours, but now it's been reduced to 5. In order to gain community service, there are still the opportunities I mentioned before, like student council meetings and Lions Club meetings. Meetings are still being held every other week. In order to accommodate to students' needs during this pandemic, the Learning Lab has been opened recently several times. For example, it was open during winter break. And 2 weeks ago at Cal Hills, there was Picture Day for student IDs. In the future, the ACT conference is happening tomorrow, which includes the Tobacco Use Prevention Program education, and the Stanford Youth BSU Youth Empowerment Conference is happening next month. Later in the future, there is an opportunity to sign up for the Kaiser High School internship, which is happening this summer. And there's also the opportunity to participate in the Silicon Valley Career Technical Education Program, which is occurring next school year. And that ends my report.
Thank you, Effie. Amy.
Good evening, everyone. Since our last board meeting, the Milpitas High leadership team has been able to launch a few new projects and events to engage the student body. Last week was actually our first ever virtual homecoming week. And so we had an entire week of festivities ranging from daily lunch noon times, staff activities, spirit competitions, homecoming court nominations, leading up to our virtual rally on Friday. Our theme for the entire week was decades, and so each day a different notable time period was highlighted with interactive virtual events. The participation from students for this homecoming week was unprecedented and extremely extraordinary, and it really united our student body even though we were from the comfort of our own homes. We also successfully hosted our multicultural week recently, wherein different cultures from around the world were highlighted through student interviews. And last but not least, we are currently in the process of leadership elections for the next school year. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any videos or anything, any of those events were recorded? And if you can give us a rough number of folks that sort of participated in one or more of those events, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, of course. I don't have the exact number on the top of my head, but I will be able to share different video recordings and pictures that were taken during the events. I can send that through email after this meeting.
Awesome, thank you. Start with board member at this point. Let's start with board member No.
Thank you, Board President Norwood. So first, I just want to acknowledge the Thomas Russell Middle School students and all their advocacy emails that they've sent to us in regards to the additional cultural lunch options on their school lunch menu. So thank you for that. Superintendent Jordan, if you could, at some point that's appropriate, have someone from the student nutrition team reach out to those students to further discuss their ask. As far as events, I attended the Santa Clara County's School Boards Association Legislative Action meeting, where we got to hear from our various elected officials in our area. One of the things that they did mention was that, while they did get AB 86 passed, they are fully aware that it's not fully enough, and that, from that standpoint, they'll continue to push for additional education funding in future legislations. With that said, I'll pass it on to the next board member.
Thank you. Board Member Sy. You may be on mute.
Oh no. Well, I'm unmuted now. Good evening, everyone. I echo Board Member No's remarks about the students who have reached out about the lunch menu, and I think it's a good idea that we can look into. As for my events, I went to the SCC SBA Zoom meeting and the legislative event, which Board Member No already spoke about. I've also been doing a lot of work on this growing issue of violence and hate crimes being committed against the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Since the last meeting, Board Member No, I did want to recognize him. He reached out to me saying that maybe we could work on a resolution together, and we did work on it together, and you'll see it later tonight, and it's going to be open for more input. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Leanne.
Yes, the only thing I have to report is the parcel tax meeting that I attended. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Hi, good evening. Since the last board meeting, I attended the MHS PTA meeting, the MUSD town hall meeting, the SCC SBA meeting, Zenger PTA meeting, chamber board meeting, the legislative meeting. I also met with the MHS Hospitality Academy teacher, Trisha Brownstein, and Latino community liaison, Norma Morales, a couple of times to drop off well over 500 face shields and 1,500 feminine pads. We also met a couple of times with the students to assemble over 200 care bags to be distributed. I want to thank our donors, volunteers, Trisha, her students, and Norma for showing that you care about our families and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Yip Chuan. The majority of my efforts have been with the Santa Clara County School Board Legislative Action Committee in support of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association and our advocacy for all of the different needs public education has. That has been, and that is where I spent the last 2 weeks, a couple times a week. And that's my report. Item 16, are there any public comments on the board reports?
I see no hands raised at this time, President Norwood.
Awesome, thank you. Item 16, reports. 16A, dual enrollment in the Middle College High School Collaborative between MUSD and San Jose SJCC Milpitas Extension, Assistant Superintendent, Learning and Development.
Thank you, President Norwood. Good evening, everyone, again. Tonight's presentation is in direct alignment with the strategic goal number 3, which is to develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passions and learning in their future careers. Tonight, we will provide an update on the dual enrollment program, and also we will share the progress towards the opening of the Middle College High School in the fall of 2021. I'd like to invite Ms. Carissa Scott, our coordinator of educational options and founding principal of the future Milpitas Middle College High School, to present this presentation. We ask the board to listen to the presentation and ask questions. Carissa.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez, and hello, MUSD family. Thank you for taking this time to hear the brief but important updates regarding our dual enrollment in Middle College High School. Scott, are you going to be able to help me with the presentation? I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so we are working very closely with San Jose City College. So I want to just stress the importance of that collaborative effort. They have been amazing and supportive throughout this process and have allowed us to open up more pathways for our students. The next slide will just highlight, as Norma Rodriguez mentioned, the alignment with the strategic goals. I also want to give a shout out to Norma Rodriguez because her leadership toward this effort has been phenomenal, and her support throughout this whole process has been effective and much appreciated. So she has started this last year when she brought us to some conferences to learn some best practices surrounding these opportunities. Dual enrollment refers to opportunities for students who are currently enrolled in high school to take college courses as part of their school day, which will then go toward their college transcript, building their college transcript, as well as fulfilling some high school graduation requirements. So if we could go to the next slide. We started this year after an extensive year of planning last year. We landed on the idea of starting with a pathway for students, and it's called an EGETSI pathway. That's an abbreviation for Intersegmental General Education Transfer Curriculum. And this allows students to take care of some of their general education requirements while they're still in high school. So when they begin their college career, they're that much closer to really getting straight into their degree pathways. So we started with 30 students this year. And those 30 students have had some phenomenal success that I'll let them share with you in just a moment. But to build on that success, what we're looking to do, we developed a 2-year pathway. These are high interest courses that would allow a student to graduate from high school with a solid year of college completed. And while they dip into this college experience, they also have the support of not only the college staff, but also the high school staff to help guide them, support them, and help them reach their full potential. The goal for next year, fall of 2021, is to increase the cohort size by 300%. So we started with 30 students. We're looking to start the second cohort of the EGETSI pathway, which will be another 30 students. And then in addition to that, there will be a second pathway. This will be the TechNest pathway. And I'm very excited to tell you about that. That is a pathway that is established by SJCC. It incorporates curriculum from UC Berkeley and MIT, and it allows students access to coding, artificial intelligence. They develop, after they finish their 2-year pathway, they earn a certificate in emerging tech entrepreneurial certificate. So that's going to be an excellent opportunity that we're extending to our students. That I'm very much looking forward to. This visual just represents the expansion of those pathways. The next slide is going to highlight some of the successes that we've experienced so far. So I'm very happy to report that we targeted our outreach to our 30 students, and those 30 students represent a variety of students from different pathways and experiences. We were able to increase the participation rate by quite a bit for our first generation college students, as well as some of our students who are still in the process of developing their English language. And those students, those 30 students, have a cumulative GPA in their college courses of 3.97. They did not get less than an A or B in either of those courses as a cohort. We had a 100% completion rate, no attrition from those 30 students. And the survey that was provided to them at the end of their first semester demonstrated that they were 100% of them would recommend this to their peers. So I think that, but I have a couple students here that will share their experiences with us in just a moment. But I did want to explain the rationale behind extending the pathway to include the TechNest. And that was a survey that was given to all current 10th graders in our district, asking them, giving them some options of different pathways. And the 2 most popular pathways from student interest were TechNest and the EGETSI. So we're continuing that, expanding that, and then offering the TechNest pathway too. And then now I have, before we move into the middle college high school, oh no, you can go ahead, Scott, you got it. Before we move into the middle college high school, I have 3 students here from our cohort of 30. And so I wanted to invite them just to share a little bit about their experience and just be available to you should you have any questions for them. I think we were going to start with Litzy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Litzy Pena. When I first started high school, my grades for the first 2 years were doing well. And in 11th grade, my junior year, my grades were starting to drop and hurting my GPA. Dual enrollment has helped me with my GPA, specifically my Guide 130 class. It was a class that showed me how I can improve on my studying, raise my grades. So I'm so glad I took this opportunity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Litzy. And next, I believe Caitlin was going to share.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caitlin Rosentura. Prior to joining the dual enrollment program, I have been in the independent studies program for about 3 years now. I joined in freshman year, and I originally joined the dual enrollment program to complete my credits early so that I could graduate this year. But going through the classes, especially Guide 130, it just made me realize that I wanted to stay longer in high school and go into college after, because honestly, before I wasn't sure about anything that I wanted to do. But I have recommended this program to so many of my friends. I think one of them is trying to join next year. But yeah, my experience with this program has been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caitlin, for sharing. And finally, to close us out, we have Jaden Mixon.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jaden Mixon. I'm currently a senior at Milpitas High School. I'm also enrolled in independent studies. I'm very thankful for this dual enrollment program because before this program was offered to me, I was failing all my classes in high school. I just really was not focused at all. But Ms. Scott sat me down and we had a one-on-one and talked about what this program can do for me. And I said, I'm going to do it. And I put all my focus into it. I'm very thankful for it because I'm now currently enrolled in SJCC. I'm going to be going next year, hopefully getting all my general education knocked out the way and then transferring. But college was not a thought at all before this program. So thank you again, Ms. Scott. And for any other students thinking about it, I say go for it.
Thank you, students. And I'd like to see at this time if the board or district leadership has any questions for our students who have been waiting patiently to share before they log off.
Thank you, Carissa.
I just want to say I'm real glad to hear from these students. Keep up your good work, and I'm so glad to hear this is working out for you.
I would ask any of the students that to answer this question, what is the difference in the experience of having a high school teacher versus having a teacher from the college?
May I go first?
Go ahead, Jaden.
For me personally, the entire experience, having a college professor, they teach you exactly how they would teach a normal college class. The way they interact with you, the way you have to interact with them, whether that's, over email or just interacting in class and engaging with other students. It's not the same as in high school. You're not, necessarily forced, but in a college setting, it feels right being able to engage and speak your mind on topics that are currently happening. I wish it was happening more in the high school setting, if I'm being honest with you.
So is there something else to be besides honest?
A little bit more honest. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else want to comment on the question?
I completely agree with Jaden. A big thing that I noticed between the difference with high school teachers and college professors was just how they treat you. High school teachers normally, they kind of not baby us, but it just doesn't feel as equal as it does with the college professors, or at least with my experience with them.
Would you say that you approach the college environment because it's a college environment with a different mindset than you do high school or being on a high school campus?
Somewhat.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, these students have had their college courses online. So they haven't actually been on the college campus attending. It's been virtual, but I would definitely say that you three and all the students are building their own success. You are doing an excellent job. And a lot of that has to do with your mindset.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members to these amazing young students? Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. And students, I appreciate you waiting and participating and sharing your truth and more of your truth. And so I want to go ahead and return back to the presentation. I just have a little bit more to share with regard to the middle college high school. So Scott, if you could bring that back up. So next, the dual enrollment has been an exciting, wonderful program that has really just emphasized to me the importance of us providing the second option to our students, or third option really to our students at the high school level. So we are working currently with a group of leaders in our district who are part of the middle college task force that Norma Rodriguez originally started. So we have a lot of collaboration with other district leaders to work to build this new high school that is opening in the fall of 2021. So collaboratively, we developed a vision and mission, and really just to synthesize this, what we're looking to do is establish an opportunity for students to be in a supportive but highly challenging environment of college coursework coupled with honors curriculum that will allow students to select a very specific pathway. I'm going to go over what those three distinct pathways are to achieve their post-secondary goals. While they are part of this high school, they are going to have many leadership opportunities. And I think this is an excellent chance for students who have a hard time finding their voice in such a large high school environment to really have the microphone and to find a way to find their voice and to make a positive impact on our school community and the community at large. So we have three distinct pathways that are going to be available. One, Norma Rodriguez's original vision was to provide an opportunity where we build our own future teachers within our district. So one of those pathways is going to be education or social work, where we really set up the students with an opportunity to not only pursue those courses at the college level, but also to job shadow, to have a chance to really kind of get a taste of what their future career may look like. So we have education, social work. We also have business administration, which is by and large one of the most popular courses of study at San Jose City College. And then thirdly, we have medicine, more specifically public health or health sciences. As we've seen this last year, there's a great need for us in our community, locally and nationally and internationally, to have some really clear public health policy. So those three pathways are going to be available. I've worked very closely with Ben Granger, a counselor extraordinaire at San Jose City College, to build some coursework for each of these pathways so that students who come to the Milpitas Middle College High School will have the chance to graduate with their general education done and some specific courses already completed toward their degree path in one of these three fields. This is just a timeline I wanted to share with you that I developed with the Middle College Task Force back at the beginning of this year. And I know it's probably small print for you guys, but the bolded items are the ones that are taken care of and done. And so we're right on track. Currently, the applications are open. I did some very targeted presentations to reach out to some of our first generation college students and other students at our high school that may find success in a different program. And I'm opening it up more broadly the second half of this month. So applications will be due at the end of March, and we will pick our 30 students who will be the inaugural cohort of this new high school and graduate in the year 2023. Beyond this, I would like to just let the board know, to respect everyone's time, there are quite a few slides after that just have some more detail about the program, as well as resources with regard to research-based information regarding the fact that students who enroll in dual enrollment in middle college, high school have a proven track record of success later. But I don't want to bother everybody with all these details now, Scott. So if you just go back up to the asking questions and clarifying, I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Board members.
Hi, Carissa. Thank you so much for the presentation. So I'm just curious, let's say a student who wants to be part of the program but does not qualify, are they still, do they have a chance to be admitted to the program?
Yes, good question. So there's quite a bit of detail that I'd be happy to provide you regarding the eligibility requirements, but really it has less to do with some of the traditional requirements for students. For example, the minimum GPA is just 1.89. And the reason for that is that I need to make sure the students have enough credits under their belt to be able to move into some of this higher level coursework. However, we are more focused on providing scaffolds. So what I'm really looking for through the application process is that the students are determined to pursue their goals and that they are willing to take on the challenge of leadership with our support, and that they're willing to build a community. So as long as a student is able to answer affirmatively to those 3 points, we're really hopeful to find a place for them in this new program.
Wonderful, thank you.
Are there any other comments by any other board members?
Yeah, Carissa, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the fact that you're reaching out to first-time college students in their family generation, because sometimes it's just showing them that end goal or the pathway there, and in service of guidance as well too, so that they can see the benefit of attending a college and getting their certifications, getting their degrees, and moving forward and finding additional passions that they couldn't necessarily find within the typical high school classroom.
Glad to do it. I'm thankful for the opportunity.
Carissa,
I just want to.
Oh, go ahead, Han. Go ahead.
No. I just want you to know that you don't bother us at all with the information and the things that you're going to show us. So don't feel that you cut that short. And I just want to say great job, great work, and thanks to students for being here. Thank you for a great presentation. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, Carissa, thank you for your presentation. This was great, and I think TechStars is, or sorry, TechNest especially, has a lot of potential to grow. Really, the sky's the limit, and it's great to hear that students are interested in it. And I think just the future of education, where you let students be more self-directed about their learning rather than trying to force any curriculum on them from the top down. But I find students, when they get to choose what they want to learn and there's a good pathway for them, they do so much better, and they love it a lot more, and the teachers love it more too. So this is good. Thank you.
Carissa, where do you see the intersection of public education, the K-12, with the community college now that you've been involved with this program and have seen some of the things that they offer? Because there are some kids that, all kids deserve the high school experience in a way that prepares them for a pathway, because you don't know what you don't know until you experience something. So you don't know that this exists until you've kind of been developed through the traditional K-12. So where do you see those two intersecting for the longer term in Milpitas Unified School District?
Good question. I think that one of the keys to the success of this program and our expansion of it is going to be working collaboratively with the counselors at the high school level and the counselors at the college level, developing pathways so that we're not overlapping in services, but really we're ensuring that we're providing alternatives to students. So we're not supplementing existing curriculum, but in fact, we're providing additional options for students who may be ready for something outside the traditional curriculum. I also believe that this is a great opportunity for some of our current teachers to really continue their professional development, and by expanding their passion in their curricular areas and earning degrees or just using the degrees they have to teach some of these college courses. Because I think what some of the students alluded to is that there's a real power in treating these students as young adults, and believing that they're ready and expecting that they're ready to take on that mentorship, and giving them room for their voice to be heard in the classroom. So I think this could go really well in tandem with Milpitas High School, with the Innovation Campus, and with Cal Hills, in terms of just providing different opportunities for all of our community so that each student has the opportunity to try different pathways and find their passion.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? Again, Carissa, thank you. Any other comments from Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Development?
I am very excited to see this to fruition, and I'm equally excited to hear from the parents' excitement of the possibilities for their children and their involvement learning about this program. I also see the Milpitas Promise for our students having those scholarships and the connection with partnerships and internships and fellowships with our students as well. So it is exciting for our kids and the community. But thank you for the opportunity.
Norma, could you briefly explain what the Milpitas Promise is for those that don't know?
Sure. The Milpitas Promise is all of our students who have, it's a commitment that our students who transfer into the community college, San Jose City College, will get a scholarship to go to a 4-year college as well. Yeah. How many, Carissa, how many?
So the Milpitas Promise provides opportunities for our existing seniors to be eligible for 2 years of free community college at SJCC, 2 years of free textbooks and supplemental resources, materials for their classes, as well as free transportation for students for those 2 years, which is an incredible opportunity that is just covered. Like, there is no out-of-pocket expense for any of those students during that time. And I know that right now we have about 60 of our seniors that have applied for the Milpitas Promise. So, and they're prioritizing our dual enrollment students and our Cal Hills students. And so it's just a wonderful partnership.
Thank you both for that information in terms of how we're looking at our oldest learners and preparing them or expanding the number of pathways that they have to offer. And with that said, we will move on to item number 16B, federal and state testing requirements.
Thank you, President Norwood. At our last board meeting, there was a public comment around the state testing, the California assessment of student progress and performance, and the board requested that we provide background and efforts that have been made to seek flexibility or a waiver given the conditions of learning this year. And so I'd like to present tonight our information regarding that request. And on the board agenda, you will see a couple links as well as some references. And the 2 links, one is to a EdSource article, which prescribes or describes the situation at the state and federal governments in regards to the standardized testing and the question of asking for flexible waivers or blanket waivers. And you'll see that there are several leaders and organizations that are quoted around the different aspects, one of which is how do we ensure assessment and accountability in learning for 2021. There are others about how this time and investment of money could be used to advance our progress in changing the system of education so that it is more equitable. And you'll also see in there that there is a quote from me, because as the secretary of the Santa Clara County Superintendents Association, I attended the February 24th State Board of Education meeting, and they were having a hearing on the question of waivers and flexibility. And there I spoke on behalf of all the superintendents in our county to the about requesting a blanket waiver. And the two quotes that were picked up from me were that at that point in time, we only had 15% of the school districts in our county who were providing some sort of in-person learning. And that while the California Department of Education was earnestly trying to adapt the test so that it could be administered in students' homes with such items as a camera and a recorder, that may not necessarily be something that parents would support to have their children recorded. So we see that as one example of how we may have many parents opting out of the testing. There's also the example of how we, as many school districts in the state, have ordered Chromebooks and other digital devices that have the bandwidth capabilities that are required for the secure testing system. And while we have 2,500 Chromebooks that we ordered back in November, we've only received about 160 to date. And so the article picked that up. Also, you'll see in the attachments, the letter that I was the lead author on with some of my colleagues, and that we sent to the president and board members of the State Board of Education, as well as to other superintendent groups throughout the state. And essentially we advocated for using the investment of time and money in a way to better meet the needs of our students, to take this opportunity for disruption, to continue forward for the future. Very much in alignment of our work here in Milpitas Unified to ensure that our learners are ready for the future. We did talk too about the importance of local assessments, and that data is essential, and that we feel that our local assessments will provide us the information that is needed to determine how our students are learning. So at that State Board of Education meeting, after hearing many people providing comments, the State Board directed the California Department of Education staff to seek the following waivers. One is taking the Federal Department of U.S. Education's invitation to apply for a waiver regarding the 95% participation requirement. And so the State Board of Education directed staff to request that. And I was told last week by the Deputy Superintendent of Education in a meeting with the Curriculum and Instruction and Assessment Council that that would be approved by the federal government. The other request to extend the testing window through July 30th rather than ending with the school year was also a U.S. Department of Education invitation to all of the states. And so the State Board of Education said that we can plan that the federal government will approve that request as well. And then there were other flexibilities that the state is requesting. One is to not administer the science test, and another is to extend the testing window for the English language and academic progress tests, which our schools, as well as schools across the state, are currently undergoing. So those are the flexibilities. And also the board requested that we survey parents and staff, and we did, and we will share those results tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Development, Norma Rodriguez, and Director Greg Barnes, so that they can share with you an overview of the CASP testing and also our survey.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Greg, who is the Dr. Barnes, who is Director of Secondary and also in charge of the testing, will give us an overview, as well as at the end provide information in regards to the survey that we administered to all of our parents in many different languages, as well as to our staff. Greg?
Assistant Superintendent Rodriguez, Superintendent Jordan, members of the board, those of you who are watching from home, those of you who are joining us on the panel tonight, good evening. Norma is absolutely right. We're here tonight to give you a brief overview of what the structure of the current California Assessment for Student Progress and Performance Smarter Balance Assessment looks like for the academic year 2021. I think if there's three words that would best summarize our experience this year, it's changes, challenges, and collaboration. So why changes? It really started with a very robust debate at the beginning of the fall in 2020 as to what the actual Smarter Balance Assessment for California was going to look like. Are we going to have a traditional computer adaptive portion of the test in its full true length, or would we shorten that? What about the second part of the SBAC assessments, the performance tasks? And in the end, the performance tasks remained unchanged, but the computer adaptive portion of the Smarter Balance assessments did receive quite a nice haircut. It was about a 50% reduction in the number of items that would be on that multiple choice section of the Smarter Balance assessments for all of our grades. And this is important for us for a couple of different reasons. As we know, there was no statewide testing last year. And at best, this is going to be an asterisk year for us moving forward. So if I'm fortunate enough to be presenting to the board in the fall on how we did with this spring's Smarter Balance assessments, we're just going to want to keep in mind that it is going to be slightly different with respect to comparisons to previous years. It is also really important to know that even though the test is a shortened version, that it does have no impact on our testing window whatsoever. So what you see here in front of you, I know it can be overwhelming at first, but if you just draw your attention to the green rows at the bottom of the first table, you'll get a sense for the total amount of time the state suggests the average test taker would need to complete that test. And you can see the first column there are the different tests, ELA, math, and then both in the green sections. You have your grade distributions in the next column to the right. And then of course you have the two different components of the Smarter Balance assessment itself. Again, that being the computer adaptive test portion, and of course the performance task. So what we're looking for this year is what is the total amount of time it's going to take for an average student to complete this test. And then we also have to factor in what is the pre-work that goes into the test, and then what kind of time would we need post-test to wrap up that individual testing environment. The second test, or excuse me, the second table rather, really explains the exact same information, but for our our California alternate assessment for our students who take that, as well as for our CAST and our California Science, or excuse me, a California Spanish assessment. So what does testing look like for us this year? Now that you have a sense for what the structure is, what were some of the challenges and how do we collaborate together to overcome those? Again, in any given year, you are a teacher, you're inside your classroom and you are visually proctoring in person the Smarter Balanced Assessment. So how in the world do we do that remotely? That was a challenge for us. And again, kids are testing from home. So we need to make sure, as we are mandated by the state, that our students have accessibility to testing, that they have the technical access, meaning devices, whether they are owned by the district or they are choosing to use personal devices, that they have the correct operating software and download secure browsers, all of that fun tech stuff, to again ensure that every single student in every class who is eligible to take the test can take the test. And then finally, with bandwidth issues, what does that mean for school sites scheduling this year? With the recommendation of scheduling 20 students per session given at home or in-person bandwidth, that has implications for our normal testing schedules that our sites disseminate to their communities each year. So I really need to stop for a moment and publicly thank Karen Muska and Virginia Cisneros Lopez, the admin team in charge of assessments with Milpitas. They've done such a phenomenal job. They've put in countless number of hours, and it's been a privilege to work with both of those ladies. We broke up our support this year into 3 phases, signified by the 3 numbers that you see down there. We are transitioning between 1 and 2 right now. We have a pretty good handle on making sure that we are getting tech ready across the district and in our homes. And Karen and Virginia, again, are in the midst of offering lots of different professional development, not only with getting tech ready, but really encouraging our teachers this year to get into the testing environment, to practice, to run demos, to get their kids familiar and up and running, because it's going to be such a unique environment for us this year. And then lastly, we are dedicated to ensuring that we are working with sites one-on-one as troubleshooting issues arise. Lastly, as Superintendent Jordan mentioned, we did have an opportunity this past week to survey both our teachers and our parents with respect to how they feel about either finishing testing in a historic window, which would be before the end of the school year, and or the possibility of extending it out. I'll just draw your attention to these first 2 colors, blue and red. You can see just by adding nearly 20 to 49, you're looking at nearly 70% of our respondents are preferring to do testing in our historic window, i.e. before the end of the year, i.e. not interested in extending the window into the summer. And you can see that 49.3 of that nearly 70% prefers to do it remotely. And the same pattern you're seeing with our parents. Again, it's broken down a little bit differently, but this middle table signifies our desire among our parent communities to finish testing within, again, the school year. You can see it's in the 80s and 90%, high 80% preferred. And again, remote seems to be the choice of our parents as well as our teachers. So it's great to see that there's an overlap in preference there. And with that, I'll throw it back to Cheryl.
Or mute.
Cheryl, you're muted.
Sorry. Could you provide—
It happens to the best of us, Cheryl.
Could you provide some insights about the Spanish response, the Spanish speakers? Because theirs is 45% is a split between in-person and remote.
Yes, I can do that, Cheryl. And reading all of the responses, one of the questions we asked the parents as well as our staff to respond why they selected the choice that they selected. And our parents, for the most part, are saying that they are very concerned, number one, that the environment, the home environment is not conducive for their children to take this test. They are the noise that, it's they don't feel that their kids will have a good opportunity to do well. And also they are concerned about the instability of the internet, the connectivity. So those are the ones who chose to do remotely. They mostly cited safety concerns with COVID. It is safe to say it as well, and I am very proud and commend the staff. We asked the staff, one of the questions was, if would you be interested in do an in-person assessment or conduct an in-person assessment, and we had some staff that are willing to do that. In addition to, we asked them if we were to extend the window, will they be willing and to administer the test, and if so, the timeline. And so we had about 40 to 50 teachers who are willing to administer the test in person and during the extending the window.
Thank you both. And so this gives us background on, I think it gives us context about the public comments from the last board meeting. It also lays out the flexibilities that the state has built into the assessments and also the opportunities. And it provides us direction on how to serve our students for both our teachers and our parents. And then also we do need to make sure that we are working with staff to ensure that our Spanish speakers receive the support that it looks like they're asking for, because their response is different from everybody else's.
Thank you. Comments from the board at this point? Seeing none, item C, review, revise, and edit draft resolution denouncing anti-Asian Pacific Islander American sentiment in any form. This is a new proposed resolution presented to the board for input.
Scott, would you mind putting it on the screen?
We can make it bigger, right? So our usual process for resolutions is, well, we've actually changed it. Before, they were written by the district staff, or they were submitted to us from various agencies to be adopted. This is one of the first resolutions that has been brought to us by a board member or board members in collaboration on behalf of an issue that is dear to all of us. So the process that we're going to go through here, and again, I'd like to thank board member No and board member Sai for their efforts here, is that our goal is to review the existing resolution, provide feedback, comments that are in line with our processes, have the resolution go back for review and potential edits, and then have it remixed by students who will best represent, because we want them to understand the power of a resolution and working and communicating with the board to create these resolutions on behalf of our community. So with that said, I would probably ask that we allow the authors and co-author to read or to share in the reading of the resolution for us to absorb.
Okay, board member No, do you want to like alternate lines between us?
Sure, that'll be best. So go ahead and start, and I'll take the second paragraph, and then we'll alternate. So go ahead, board member Si.
Thank you. Scott, could you scroll up to the top? Okay. Resolution 2021.XX denouncing anti-Asian Pacific Islander American sentiment in any form. Whereas Asian Pacific Islander encompasses all of the Asian continent and the Pacific islands of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia, and
Whereas, according to the 2019 U.S. Census Bureau data, the city of Milpitas has a population of 84,196, of which 67.2% identify as Asian Pacific Islander origin.
whereas the use of anti-Asian Pacific Islander terminology and rhetoric related to COVID-19, such as the Chinese virus, Wuhan virus, and Kung flu, have perpetuated anti-Asian Pacific Islander stigma.
Whereas since January 2020, there has been a dramatic increase in reports of hate crimes and incidents against those of Asian Pacific Islander descent.
Whereas the increased use of anti-Asian Pacific Islander rhetoric has resulted in Asian Americans being harassed, assaulted, and scapegoated for the COVID-19 pandemic.
Whereas the increased use of anti-Asian Pacific Islander rhetoric has also resulted in Asian American businesses being targeted for vandalism.
Whereas on March 19, 2020, in response to the alarming escalation in xenophobia and bigotry resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Asian Pacific Planning and Policy Council, A3PCON, Chinese for Affirmative Action, and the Asian American Studies Department of San Francisco State University launched the Stop AAPI Hate Reporting Center to track and respond to incidents of hate, violence, harassment, discrimination, shunning, and child bullying against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States.
Whereas Stop AAPI Hate has reported more than 700 incidents that took place in the Bay Area since the onset of the pandemic.
Whereas on September 17th, 2020, the United States of America House of Representatives passed a resolution sponsored by Representative Grace Meng, Democrat from New York, to denounce COVID-19 racism towards Asian Americans.
Whereas on January 28th, 2021, Vishay Rantanapadi, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly, correct me if I'm wrong on that, board member side, of San Francisco was brutally assaulted and fatally succumbed to the injuries sustained.
Whereas on February 22nd, 2021, California legislature approved $1.4 million in funding that will pay for the study and documentation of xenophobia and hate crimes against Asian Americans amid the pandemic.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Milpitas Unified School District denounce any and all anti-Asian Pacific Islander sentiment in any form, recognizes that the health and safety of all Americans, no matter their background, must be of utmost priority, and condemns all manifestations of expressions of racism, xenophobia, discrimination, anti-Asian Pacific Islander sentiment, scapegoating, and ethnic or religious intolerance.
Passed and adopted by the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education at a meeting held on March 23rd, 2021 by the following vote. Oh, that's it.
Thank you, Board Member No and Board Member Si, for reading and creating this resolution. As a board governance team, it's always important that we have the opportunities to present our different perspectives to the board for consideration on behalf of the community which we represent. I'd like to open up the floor now to all the board members for discussion in terms of are there any things that, just first off, general comments or anything that you may want to add on this particular topic or for this particular resolution?
Yeah, Board President Norwood, it was a pleasure for myself and Board Member Sy to really collaborate on this. As we kind of seen in this past year, social justice has really come in the forefront of our youth in the sense of understanding and seeing and moving forward to really advocate for a better result. This sentiment really, from an older generation perspective, has gone underreported. And so as we look towards our youth and hearing their voice, we want to make sure that as they think about coming back to our classrooms, that we share their sentiments in the sense of denouncing any type of anti-Asian racism or discrimination, and that we want to increase the safety of our classrooms.
Thank you.
That was very well said. I agree with everything Board Member No said. And yeah, this is definitely an ongoing thing. Even today I heard more reports of elderly Asian American being assaulted and being hospitalized. And I think we're in a position to speak out about this, and we should speak out.
Yes, thank you, Holland. Yes.
Okay, just a comment. First, I want to thank you, Min and Michael, for stepping up. But besides preventing the undesirable happenings against the Asian Americans in our city, our district, I truly hope that this resolution serves as a reminder that racial profiling, threat, intimidation, and other forms of discrimination are unjustified and unacceptable to any ethnic groups, not just the Asians, and anywhere in the world. So thank you for the resolution.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Board Clerk. Yeah. Board Member, any comments? Is she on mute?
Hi, sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Yeah, I just want to say great job to our both of our board members. There has been a lot of news on in the media on the hate crimes, and I couldn't agree more with Board Clerk Han Lian. So great job, Member Tai and Member No.
Thank you.
I'll add that in our city, we have not had an incident in the past year. So that's good news to hear. But yeah, as we think about preparing our students to be leaders in their communities as they go out, we want to make sure that they understand that they have a voice as they move forward.
Agreed. And we can ensure through the lens of a culture of we can make sure that everyone, because what you both have displayed here is the opportunity to be upstanders, to recognize something that may be affecting some people in our community, and they may not know where we stand, or by saying nothing, we could potentially be saying something. So thank you both for being upstanders. This past, I think it was about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I attended a conversation on anti-Asian American sentiment and violence with Dion Lim and Mayor Lily May from the city of Fremont, that was hosted by the Asian Staff Forum and Filipino American University at Stanford Community, or at Stanford. And they shared a number of resources with me, including the Stop AAPIHate.org website. And I will share those resources with the superintendent with the request on how do we continue to empower our community, our teachers, to be the upstanders that they need to be as a part of the culture of we. And if Scott, if you'd be so kind and bring up the resolution again, that would be wonderful. So I would also ask for a couple of other things, like for example, in the title, denouncing anti-Asian Pacific Islander American sentiment in any form. That can be worked out. Are we in agreement that should that stay the same or that should be modified?
Wait, it's AAPI, right? Asian American Pacific Islander is usually the order of the words. Because right now it says Asian Pacific Islander American, so that's like APIA, but I believe the conventional order is AAPI.
Right, without the American piece at the end.
Or no, you move the American piece to after Asian, so then the acronym becomes AAPI.
Oh, Asian American Pacific Islander.
Yeah, that's generally the accepted convention.
Okay. Are there any comments? Are there any areas by the board members? So we agree that we are going to make we're make the recommendation to change that to anti-Asian American Pacific Islander sentiment. The other suggestion, are there any other comments in terms of any particular language that there is a concern that could be considered changed or modified?
I did have one modification proposal. The section where it mentions the name of the Thai American elderly man who was killed. He's kind of, well, he was a very noteworthy one that gained a lot of attention, but there have been other names that happened after him, including, I believe, one in San Jose not too long ago, not too far from here. So if maybe we could do some research and recognize a few more victims.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Sai. A couple of pieces in here. The terms were a little bit foreign to me in the context of a resolution. I saw the term rhetoric. I saw the term scapegoat. And want to make sure that the language that we use in a resolution is in the context of what a resolution is for. So are there any comments by the authors of the resolution in terms to this particular language in context of the way that we've crafted resolutions and we allow them to be used within the community?
So I'm open to any other suggestions. As for the particular language, it would mirror what the House of Representatives had in their resolution. And so thank you for the comments. This being the first time of drafting a resolution, I welcome any feedback.
You bring up a great point. So there is a House of Representatives resolution?
Correct.
Superintendent Jordan, has there been any other resolutions of anti-Asian American Pacific Islander resolutions against hate crime or crime resolutions that you're aware of in the county?
In the county, no. I know President Biden issued one. We can look to see if there are others in the county. I would suspect that perhaps San Francisco or other communities where we have a large number of Asian Pacific Islander community members, that there probably is something.
Board members, Noah and Sai, would you be opposed of that information being gathered? Because one of the things that Mr. Saya mentioned was somewhat more robust resolution that may mention more names. So are we interested in seeing what else may be out there? Or can someone share a little bit of the research that you guys did to come up with this resolution, and that may suffice?
I'm okay with doing more research. And yeah, there was a resolution from the White House.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm okay with more research being done on this and looking at it some more.
Thank you, Board Member Sai.
But you know, this is good too.
We do have a raised hand. Oh, go ahead, Board Member No.
Yeah, I'll just add, as far as the research conducted, I did look up the House of Representatives resolution. I looked at the, Stop AAPI Hate website and looked at their numbers and their reporting and some of the information that they had as far as language that can help advocate for denouncing anti-Asian sentiment. And so from additional research, I didn't see any additional resolutions out there at this point. I would venture to say that we're one of the few that's currently working on that as a school district. Obviously, looking at the Census Bureau data track, we've seen our population as predominantly Asian American. And in talking to parents, there is a little hesitancy and fear as far as the unknown and unexpected, as far as sending their students back or the children back into the classrooms, and not sure as far as where we stand.
Thank you.
Yeah, I echo Board Member No's comments. I looked out there and if there isn't something like this out in the county, we should lead the way. Why not be the first? And to Board Member No's point about the uncertainty in the community, yeah, I just know of Asian Americans telling their elderly parents, hey, don't be going out walking alone. You might get attacked. I'll always have an escort and such. I mean, that's not bad advice, but the fact that people are telling their elderly parents that just speaks to the environment of fear that's going on.
Understood. Are our student board members still with us?
Student board rep Stanley had to leave for some homework, but I believe Effie is here. No, she had to leave as well.
Good. I was just checking. Good. Well, so let's go to, we have a public comment.
Yeah, we do have one public comment. It is Robert Jung. We're gonna activate your audio and you are good to go.
Thank you. I want to recognize both board members for taking the lead on creating this resolution. I think it is important for the district to indicate a stance of this particular situation that has arisen in our community and actually basically across the world. I would like to suggest or ask the authors to consider in the resolution, is it possible to see if we can come up with a way that encourages some proactive actions instead of just making a statement on stance? That's purely up to you guys. I just thought, a lot of the resolutions make a statement and a stance, but it would be, at least from my perspective, useful to provide some proactivity in these resolutions.
Excellent.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. you were echoing what I was thinking about some of the language that is deficit honest from the heart. But there's power in words in the way that you use them to direct or guide, to influence, or even empower. And so we do have some options with this resolution to be able to think about those things in consideration as well. Are there any other comments by the board at this time?
To that point that that Robert just made about action steps, I don't know whether it's appropriate for a resolution or not, but I did want to take the opportunity to talk about a program that has been done elsewhere and that maybe we could explore here, where you have that issue of seniors feeling vulnerable and unsafe walking alone because they might become a target for attack. And this was being done, headed up by a volunteer up in Oakland, where he matched people who are just willing to volunteer to walk with seniors and escort them around, because two people walking together is like a, there's safety in numbers, and attackers might see two people and be like, oh, I'm not going to attack them because one of them might call for help, as opposed to just attacking a lone elderly person. So I believe a volunteer program like that was set up in Oakland, and maybe we can explore something like that in this area.
Right. There's there's a register for community strolling in Oakland's Chinatown, and then there's also Compassion in Oakland as well, along those lines. And those are noble opportunities. Do they fall within the jurisdiction of the school district? That would be something for the board to decide in terms of, or possibility of a club or something of that nature, that you can, that should be considered as a part of this process moving forward. So thank you for those comments. Well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Board Member Sy and Board Member No, we provided some information that could be considered for the resolution. Superintendent Jordan, if you could be so kind to discreetly determine whether or not there's something going on out there in the district, because I don't mind being first. I kind of like it. So if we can be discreet in terms of getting an understanding of what the possibilities are or what may exist out there, so that we can craft our resolution, and also ways to empower our students to be a part, especially as a significant portion of them 60 as the city. But I do want to circle back and appreciate the fact that Milpitas has no reported. Is that the correct? Could you be more specific on that for me, Superintendent Jordan?
Yes, I spoke to the chief of Milpitas Police Department, and he said for the year 2020, there have been no reported hate crimes against Asians.
Okay, and data still coming in for 2021, or is that was that to date?
I asked for 2020.
Okay.
So I can ask for 2021, but informally he said there wasn't any that has come to his attention.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can continue to be a voice for positive community spirit and moving forward. Thank you, everyone. We are going to continue to move forward, and I will, if needed, I don't know if it's a violation of the Brown Act for me to offer support for the resolution, but however we can ensure that they get the necessary support from the other board members and not violate the Brown Act. Superintendent, if you could help facilitate that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, this is for a board discussion, so board can definitely discuss and express your opinions during this. It's just that you're not taking any action because it's under the reports.
Well, if we take it back and we think about modifying it and supporting it, then we would adopt it, and that would be board action. So are we at a, so we discuss it now. A board member No and board member Sy take it back, they revise it, and then they come and they bring it back to the board, excuse me, the district team for them to have students personalize it? Is
Yeah,
that?
we could do it that way, or you've asked already for us to look to see if there are any other anti-Asian Pacific Islander resolutions in the county or in the nearby Bay Area that we could look at. Also, I took notes that looking at some way to be proactive within it rather than just simply stating a stance. And so we can start working on that now, unless board member No and Sai would like to provide some further work on it.
I'm actually okay with turning it over to you, Superintendent Jordan, to continue that process that you outlined.
I agree with Mr. No.
Excellent. Thank you both. Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Item 17, action items. Adopt resolution 20.
President Norwood, at this point, we are on the action item section of the agenda. I would like to move up item 17G.
Item 17G. Resolution. Thank you, Board Member Sai. There is a item 17G. I see that resolution of the Milpitas Unified School Board District Board of Education to censure Board Member Michael Sai, Board Vice President Kelly Upchuan. Thank you for the ask. We want to be honorable. I recommend that so Michael, are you making a motion to move item, let me just do it this way. Is there a motion to move item 17G?
Does it have to be a motion? Because a lot of board meetings, board members, city council members, they do request to move an item up for discussion. And
good point. Okay.
Is a motion required? If it's required, I'll make the motion.
Let me bring it back to the superintendent. Is a motion required to move an item on the agenda?
I'm thinking back to typically items are moved around at the beginning of the agenda when there's a section about it's the section on approving the agenda, and it's number 8, review and approve the open session agenda. That's generally where the requests for moving are made. And so, yes, then you do have a motion in a second. So following that pattern, I would say, yes, we need a motion in a second.
And I would also ask is that, are there any other presenters, because we do have action items, do we have any other presenters outside of the executive cabinet that are responsible for presenting any items during the action items? Because we actually don't know how long resolution on the agenda will take.
Yes, we do.
Number of staff members as well as consultants.
Well, we have a Tunde from Block here with us, because we have one of the action item is related to Block contract amendment.
Agreed, and we are at board member 1010. So at this point, we will follow the protocol, and then I'll ask: are you to make a motion?
Well, I would say usually the time to move agenda items, I waited until we got to the action item section, which is why I'm saying it now rather than at the beginning.
No, understood, and that is why instead of just saying, because your request is valid. However, you have to also recognize the fact that there are several other items on the agenda, 6 other items, I think, to be exact, and that we have consultants and a number of other community members and that work with us that are here as well. And item 17G really pertains to the board itself in comparison to the other items on the agenda, which are district staff action items for business to move forward. So in honoring your request and following the protocol for the beginning of the meetings where we have items on the agenda and then we make motions to approve them and second them, I am offering the opportunity for this to be brought for a motion.
All right, I don't, if there are people waiting, I do believe they, for future meetings, they should be heard first. That said, I'm bringing forward this motion because unfortunately, I think some people are a little ashamed of what they're doing and they don't want the public seeing this, which is why sometimes things are being put towards the end. With that said, I will make the motion.
Board Member Sai has made a motion to move item 17G up on the agenda of action items. Is there a second? Seeing none, seeing that there is not a section, there's not a second, the motion does not carry, and we will continue with the agenda as is. Item 17A, adopt resolution 2021.27, recognizing and honoring March as National Women's History Month.
Yep, this is an example of one of those resolutions that has been personalized and taken on by students and staff. And so I'll ask you, Scott, to please roll the video.
Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And
whereas in Milpitas, inspiring women have made a difference and paved the way for other women in their respective fields, such as Karina Dominguez, the youngest Latina council member who is a former vice mayor for the city of Milpitas, City Council Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, School Board Vice President Kelly Yipchun, and School Board Clerk Han Lian, both active leaders in the community, MUSD Assistant Superintendents Norma Rodriguez and Wendy Zhang, and Superintendent Cheryl Jordan, who earned her way up the MUSD ranks over the last 3 decades from classroom teacher to superintendent of schools.
Whereas in Santa Clara County, influential women have rose to prominence, such as Supervisor Cindy Chavez, Vice President of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, former San Jose Mayor Susan Hammer, who served as the city's mayor from 1991 to 1999, County Superintendent of Schools Dr. Mary Ann Detwin, and many more.
Whereas throughout the US, strong women have garnered a special place in our history, such as Kamala Harris, the first woman and woman of color to serve as vice president, Michelle Obama, the first African-American first lady, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the youngest woman to serve in Congress, Harriet Tubman, best known for ushering slaves to freedom through the Underground Railroad, Amelia Earhart, the first female aviator to fly solo across the Atlantic, Rosa Parks, who helped launch the Civil Rights Movement, Sandra Day O'Connor, the first female Supreme Court Justice who served 24 years, tennis great Billie Jean King, who beat Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes, Sally Ride, the first American woman in space, US Representative Nancy Pelosi, the first female Speaker of the House, and the list goes on.
whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, such as the women's suffrage movement, Me Too movement, March for Our Lives, and the Women's March.
Whereas American women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, climate change, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all.
Whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, such as 4-star General Anne E. Dunwoody and Commodore Grace Hopper, who had a destroyer named after her, as was the Cray XE6 Hopper supercomputer.
Whereas the rights of women have been challenged throughout history, culminating in legislation such as, in 1920, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution is ratified, ensuring the right of women to vote. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy signed the law to the Equal Pay Act, prohibiting sex-based wage discrimination between men and women performing the same job in the same workplace. In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into law. Title VII bans employment discrimination based on race, religion, national origin, or sex. In 1994, President Bill Clinton signed the Violence Against Women Act, providing funding for programs that help victims of domestic violence, rape, sexual assault, stalking, and other gender-related violence. And in 2013, the U.S. military removes a ban against women serving in combat positions. Whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been constantly overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and the study of American history.
Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Milpitas Unified School District that March is designated as Women's History Month.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2021. Sorry, 2020-21.
We have a motion, there's a second.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion, any discussion on this item? Seeing none, roll call vote. Board President Norwood, yes. Vice President Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board Clerk Lien,
Yes.
Board Member Tsai,
Yes.
Board Member No.
Yes.
Motion carries, the resolution is adopted. Thank you very much, for Scott, for putting that together, and sharing with us just a few highlights of the amazing things that women have done. We are an amazing school district of women as well. Item C, approve amendment to Meadows Phase 2 leaseback agreement with Block Construction. I believe that will be the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
I believe we skipped an
Yes,
item,
you skipped
President Norwood.
second interim. The next
No,
item.
I didn't. I really didn't skip that. I was kind of, okay, I was just checking on everybody. Okay. Adopt 2021 second interim report and submit a positive financial certification to the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Assistant Superintendent, Business Services.
Okay, thank you, President Norwood. And I'm trying to, let me share my screen so I can, before I go over our presentation, let me just spend a few minutes to walk you quickly with the agenda item we have under the second interim. Okay, so here we go. Can you guys see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so normally under the background session, you will see here, we will list the changes of the latest budget update, the second interim versus the last projection by each major category here. So all the changes you can see. And then under this attachment here, we have our multi-year projection worksheet. So this is the standard multi-year projections. The second interim is now current projection. And then you will see the next item are the state forms. Those are the standardized forms that we will need to submit to state. There are a total of 147 pages here for you to review. And the next item is the income statements. The income statement is a summary of revenue and expenditures and with a projected ending fund balance for each fund. And the last item here is our presentation. And during the weekend, I updated the presentation to reflect the latest governor's the AB SB 86. And so I'm going to share my presentation here. Here we go. Okay. And now I would like to invite our supervisor, Duke Wu, to lead our presentation. We'll start with the district strategic goals. Duke, you're on.
Good evening, everyone. So the improved communication system for better outreach to parents, students, and staff. That's one of our strategic goals. And in this, I would like to take this opportunity to share with the board at the Business Services Department that we are currently working on developing a backup duties assignment to the accounting team, because we have multiple accounting technicians performing at various level of duties. So we try to work with this directory that will map out who is going to do what, just in case a person is temporarily absent for any reason out of the job. So we be able to help out, and then and the next person in line would know what exactly to be done in order to help the district staff and the business partners in a better services. So that is the communication system that we trying to share with the board members. And for the purpose of the second interim report is to advise the board, the public, and the district current general fund financial status. And we submit a positive financial certification. In here, you can see there are three choices for certification of financial condition. As you can see, as I can read to you, the positive means the district will meet its financial obligation for the current fiscal year and 2 subsequent years. And if it's for qualified, means the district may not meet its financial obligation for the current fiscal year or 2 subsequent years. If it said negative, means the district will not be able to meet the financial obligation for the remainder of the current year and 2 subsequent years. So please note that the actual data have been used as of January 31st, 2021 for this projection in the 2 subsequent years. And now I would like to pass it on to Lila Costes, the manager of business services, to go over the changes.
Thank you, Duke.
Somehow, I'm trying to, it doesn't move now, the presentation.
Wendy, do you need me to?
Then can you control it? Because I can, somehow it doesn't move forward.
Okay, hold on one sec. Let me open that up. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, give me a second. And
Oh, you know, because Scott, you're opening from the attachment, right?
yes.
Yeah, it's not the latest. I made some changes, so I guess the best way. Sorry that still I have to share my screen. Then somehow it works beginning and it doesn't work.
You want to email it to me real quick, and then I can.
Let me try one more time.
Okay,
See.
yeah, go ahead.
You know, I'll do this way. I know this way will for sure work. And so here we go. Can you guys see? The second interim major changes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this will work. Yeah, this will work. Yeah, we'll do this way then. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead then, Lydia.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So I'll be going over the major changes to the revenue sources and the expenditures for the 2021 for the second interim. The major changes in revenue include an increase of $430,000 And this includes an increase of LCFF funding of $350K and an $80,000 increase in just net changes to the programs. As far as expenditures go, there was a decrease of about 2.7 million. And this is made up of a decrease of 2.2 million in the need for substitutes, extra duties, vacancies, and the benefits associated with the salaries. There was also a decrease of 385,000 for the special education programs and a decrease of 228,000 for the utilities, materials and supplies, and other services and operating expenses. Other things to note are that we have budgeted to the fullest extent, and adjustments to salary and benefits have been made, where the grants we have received are going to be used first in order to create savings to our general fund. And additionally, there were some students that left our special education program, which also created more savings to our general fund. And next slide. So in this slide, I'm gonna review go over the district's general fund revenue projection. So for general fund revenue, we have about 125 million. And the main source of the district's revenue is the local control funding formula, which is also known as the LCFF, which is about 76% of the total general fund revenue. The factors that are affecting the LCFF calculation and are the percentage of COLA, which is the cost of living adjustment, as well as our ADA, our average daily attendance, and the percentage of unduplicated pupil count of English learners, low income and foster youth. The total district's LCFF revenue is projected to be about close to 95 million, which is also about 76% of our revenue. In addition to the LCFF revenue, we estimate that we will receive about 8.7 million in federal funds for our categorical programs, such as Title I, our workability programs, and after school and safety programs, as well as federal funds from the CARES Act. This accounts for about 7% of our total revenue. For the state revenue, we estimate we will receive about 10 million, or about 8% of our total revenue. This also includes our CARES Act one-time funding for the COVID-related expenditures. For special education program, not much has changed, so we estimate we'll receive about 6 million in revenue. And our local revenue is estimated to be about 3.8 million. This revenue includes one-time or no guarantee funding, such as our parcel tax, which is 1.6 million, and about 1.5 million in donations and grants. Our transfers in, we estimate, will be about 1.98 million, and most of it is our routine transfers from the building fund, post-retirement fund, and our special reserve fund, with an additional transfer in from our special reserve fund to balance our general fund. And for our general fund expenditures, we estimate about $129 million. This is comprised of our salaries and benefits, which together is about 102.5 million, or about 80% of our expenditures. The salaries do reflect employee staffing column changes, plus other staffing changes, such as retirement, resignations, and promotions. No salary improvements are included in the projection. Changes to the fringe benefits have also been included in this projection, and this includes benefit changes due to any salary adjustments or staff changes. Our benefits by themselves are about 30 million, and the rest is in certificated and classified staff. Our supplies are about 9.3 million, which is not a big change from our first interim. And also our operating expenditures, we estimate is about 10 million, This is mostly contracted service for special ed in the general fund. And we also have other outgoing uses, which are about 6 million. Majority of those expenditures are for Metro Ed and the Special Education County Program. And then we also have our transfer outs, which include our routine transfer of 59,000 to our adult ed program and 500,000 to our Fund 70, which is for our STIRS and PERS cost increase. And I think that's all. So I'm going to turn it over to Wendy.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Lilia and Duke, for leading the presentation. And on January 8th, Governor Newsom released the state's 21-22 budget proposal. Here are some of the key components from the education budget. The governor proposed a compounded COLA, cost of living adjustment of 3.84% to the next year's LCFF funding, that's local control funding formula. We call it compounded because 2.3% is to make up for the current year. And the COLA estimate for next year will be 1.53%. As you know, this year, district did not receive any growth funding. That was because this holding harmless on average daily attendance language that was enacted in the current year budget. Next year, this is going to be lifted. So the district will able to earn the growth based on the actual ADA earned during the year. Also this year, we have state cash deferrals from the month of February all the way to the month of June. Next year, these cash deferrals will be lifted from month February to May. So we will only have the June deferral left. In the governor's proposal, he mentioned the savings of paying down the previous year's STIRS and the PERS liability. However, he did not provide any additional funding to further reduce the STIRS and the PERS for the out years. As a matter of fact, for districts, we have already accounted for the rate reductions in our projections. This ABSB Assembly Bill 86 was signed into law on March 5th. So this was the portion that I changed during the weekend to reflect the latest legislature changes. There are two pockets under this grant for funding. One is $2 billion for the in-person instructional grant learning. That is effective April 1st. And the other pocket is the $4.6 billion for the expanded learning. So far, the estimate allocation for us is very preliminary. For the in-person grant, it's about $3.1 million for us, and the expanded learning is about $6.8 million. However, these are just very preliminary. It has not been confirmed by the Department of Finance. It's just school services based on the information from the bill, and they did an estimate. And since Cheryl covered some of the program under her report, and which she shared that where the district currently is diligently working with the site and to develop the plan, and will share with the parents and the community in the later during the town hall meeting or team hall meeting. So I won't talk too much about this program here. I just wanted to reiterate on the penalty. If we don't fully follow the requirements by April 1st, that means we're going to lose 1% per day. That is about 31,000 for us. Now let's look at the factors that we used to develop our multi-year projections. Let's start with attendance, average daily attendance projection. This is our second interim is our latest projection. No changes for the current year. Next year, we lowered the attendance rate projection from 97% to 96.5, just to be conservative, and no changes for the out year. Cost of living adjustment COLA, current year no changes, is still 0%. Next year, 3.84%. That is based on the governor's January proposal, and 1.28% for the year 22-23. This is an estimate from school services. The supplemental funding percentage here is referred as our supplemental students group, English learners, the low income students, and also the foster youth. As you can see that in current year, it increased by 2%. This is due to the efforts from our staff in student nutrition department and also our principals. They work together, reaching out to families and for them to submit the lunch application forms. This 2% will bring in additional $350,000 in revenue for us. We really appreciate for staff's effort to make this happen. And cumulatively, it will also increase the percentage for the odd years. With these three major changes in our LCFF calculation, the local control funding formula, our revenue will increase, especially in the year of 22-23. The increase will be 5.6 million compared to our last projection. Now let's look at our reserve fund. Here is our strategic reserve fund balance after our second interim projection. By the end of this year, we're estimating 12 million fund balance here. And then by the end of the third year, 22-23, we will have almost 7 million here in our reserve. Compared to our last projection, this is a significant increase. Because now we have sufficient money under our reserve account, we will no longer need to use our building fund to balance our budget. So our building fund will have a steady of 18 million fund balance projected by the end of 22-23 school year. As you can see here, the additional state funding helped us have a much better financial condition than our last projection here. That have made me wonder how California is doing in funding public education compared to the rest of the nation. I did some research. I found out that California ranks 21st among the 50 states. Since I can't list all the 50 states here in this presentation, I picked up 9 states here, just for comparison purpose. The red represents California. Even among these 9 states, we're still kind of in the middle rank. However, California's economy is the largest in our nation and the 5th worldwide. So you would think that our state should do better in funding public education, right? In reality, we're not quite there yet. Now let's look at the funding structures at our local level. In our Santa Clara County, there are 2 types of school districts. One is called community-funded districts. Those are districts are like Santa Clara Unified, Palo Alto Unified, Campbell Union High School District, so on and so forth. Why we call them community-funded districts? Because their local property tax income is larger than the total state funding allocation to them. And guess what? they can keep all of their local property tax income. On the other hand, the LCFF districts like Milpitas, San Jose, Gilroy, our property tax is not large enough to cover our full allocation, so the state will have to make up for the difference. For example, Milpitas, our LCFF revenue is estimated $95 million. Our local property tax income is about $75 million. So the difference will make up by the state aid. Here's another way to look at the funding comparison of us to the other unified school districts and some of the high school districts. This red represents Milpitas. These 4 districts here from the far right are the LCFF districts. But you can see our funding gap is not much among ourselves. And those districts on the left side, those 5, they're the community funded districts. You can see that the funding gap is pretty large. This is the Mountain View Los Altos High School District. They're a very small high school district. Their funding per student is almost double us. Even though our funding is lower than some of the districts listed here, overall, I think our district's operation and management are not far behind from all the others. As a matter of fact, the bond rating we got issued from Moody's, WA2, is a very good indicator of overall the district's performance. I think one of the key factors that makes Milpitas strong is the support from our communities. Here, this is the slide I added also during the weekend. I think it is necessary that I share this information with you. This is a summary of the donations and the grants we received during COVID-19. The local donations of $586,000 listed here is in addition to our regular donations that we received in the classroom supplies from parents and the PTAs. We are very grateful with the monetary support received during this pandemic time. In the meantime, we also knew that there could be a lot of times involved from our parents and our community members by attending our team hall meetings, serving on different committees, and helping out at the school side as needed. Because all of our community's support, involvement, and participation, it makes Milpitas a better school district. Moving forward, this COVID-19 has created challenges for almost everyone. But on the other hand, it could also mean opportunities for us down the road. Our parcel tax of $1.6 million, they're going to expire on June 30th, 2023. The parcel tax will help the district to maintain high quality programs and also retain qualified staffs. Since 95% of our income is from the federal government or the state government, it's always important for us to keep closely monitoring our national and statewide economic development so we can prepare us for the future. So with that, I end our presentation. So we're ready for questions and comments.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Wendy Zhang. Are there any comments from any of the board members?
Thank you.
Wendy,
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Wendy, Would you just roughly give us a dollar amount of that 3.84%?
What what
The
do you mean?
3.84.
Oh, okay. You mean the LCFF?
Yes.
The column, the
Right.
LCFF. Okay.
Instead of a percent, give me the dollar
column.
amount.
Okay. So the dollar amount is this one. Is here. It's about 3.8 million.
3.8.
Yeah.
And if we do everything right on the in-person learning and in-person instruction of 3.1 million and 6.8, so that would be $9.9 million coming to our district.
Yes. First of all, that is just a rough estimate. We have not get a confirmation yet. And that grant, there are two portions of it. One is in person that we have to implement. That is the 3.1 million. And the other 6.8 million will be used for expanded school programs. And so that means we can start it from this summer and it covers all the way till June 30th, 2022.
Yes. So that the superintendent will have to do extra to get the program going on for April 1st.
Yes.
All right.
Otherwise, we'll get penalized.
Exactly. That's it. Thank you.
So I've been on many of the CSBA meetings in regards to the AB 86, and a lot of them mentioned the fact that the June deferments is really what's funding some of this AB 86 as far as offering additional in-person learning support. So in essence, that's money that should have been due to us in the district, correct?
Yes. Yeah. But unfortunately, well, this is still better than the original proposal. The original proposal is still based on application and a competitive, process. But this, at least, it seems the district will automatically receive the apportionment. And then, but if we don't follow the program requirements, we don't fully open by April 1st, and then they will deduct our money later on. So at least it's better than the original proposal, I can say that.
Yeah, I think the quick tidbit was, instead of waiting for next year to receive the money, we can get that money in by May from that perspective.
Yes, right.
Are there any other comments from board members? Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. This is an action item.
Yes.
And we have, so is there a motion to approve the
Motion to approve the interim financial statement.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing no additional discussion, is there any comments from the public?
We have no comments from the public at this time.
Seeing that there are no comments from the public, let's roll call vote. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board Clerk Bien.
Yes.
Board Member Sai.
Yes.
Board Member No.
Yes.
And Board Member Norwood, yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services and your team for sharing in the presentation. Common phrase, teamwork makes the dream work.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, team.
Item C, approve amendment for Meadows Phase 2 lease-back agreement with Block Construction.
Yes, this is also my item. And Scott, could you maybe share your screen and approve the agenda? And what I will do is I'll walk you through the attachment, and then I'm going to turn it over to our consultant Travis and also representative from Block to go over the details and answer the questions you may have. While Scott is sharing his screen, I'll just go over. We have two attachments in the agenda. The first one is the amendment. So Scott, if you can open the amendment, that is the first attachment, and then go to page 3, that'll be great. Because page 3 is the changes from the original lease. We're requesting a change of the guaranteed maximum price. Page 3, please. Page 3. Yeah, okay, here, stop. Yeah, okay, no, yeah, too fast. Okay, here. You see, under item number 3, this is the new guaranteed maximum price. So this is one of the changes we would like to propose tonight, 36.5 million. And then the other changes will be start on page 9. And if you can, Scott, can you go to page 9? Page 9 basically is the detail of the changes in dollar amount provided. That is the schedule. Yes, here. This is the Exhibit C. This will give you an overview of what is the makeup of the 36.5 million and what are the changes we're asking for. In the additional changes is about 1.7 million here. And then after this is the other exhibit is basically the changes of the schedule. Scott, so if you can scroll up and then, oh no, sorry, scroll down then I guess. Yeah, keep going. Okay, so this is the F2. So there are many pages attached here. Basically, this is the schedules we would like to attach as part of the agreement. Some of the schedules will be revised. So those are the 3 changes in this amendment. Now I'm going to turn it over to Travis and Tunde to go over with you the changes. And also, then we have
Wait, we can't hear you.
You got muted again, Wendy.
sorry, I guess what time it took almost 11. And so there's another document in the agenda. It is a written report and a detailed why we have to ask for these changes. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Travis so he can go over some of the highlights with you. Travis?
Thank you, Wendy. Can everybody hear me okay? Yes, okay. Good evening, President Norwood, members of the board, executive cabinet. I'm here to explain where we came from and how we got to this point and what triggered these additional costs. Back some time ago, the contract documents were at about 50%. We had Block give us an estimate for a guaranteed maximum price. That estimate at 50% documents was about 36,413,759 actually is what it was. So as we moved in, as you recall, we moved into doing this project to expedite it and get an early as possible completion date. We split it into 2 increments. Increment 1, which was the site work and underground utilities. So we submitted increment 1 to DSA ahead of increment 2, which was the remainder of the project. That would allow the contractor to give us a price, guaranteed maximum price for increment 1 only and proceed with the work rather than waiting on the entire project to be approved by DSA. So we did that, and they Block did a great job moving forward and getting that site work and underground utilities completed. In the meantime, we submitted increment 2 plans to DSA, and then this pandemic hits. So two things happened simultaneously. One, we had a worldwide pandemic that had everyone scrambling to figure out if they can still work and how they would accomplish their tasks. Secondarily, DSA had an overload in their workload, and they unfortunately farmed our plans out for structural review to an outside third-party reviewer. And that triggered quite a few changes. This reviewer was thorough. He added some things that a lot of us had questioned along the way. Most of this change, a good chunk of it, over $1 million, is just in steel, additional steel or thicker steel members and wider concrete footings, more rebar. Structural elements of this project is the primary trigger for upgrades related to DSA review. So when we look at the 1.7 million ask for this, it's for things that were not able to be determined at the time that the final GMP was provided. So a good example, years ago, we did a project at Livingston High School in Livingston, California, under a leaseback. And halfway through, the school board decided, hey, we have a district standard for 6 outdoor basketball courts, but it's not in the plans. We only have 3. So we want to add 3 additional outdoor basketball courts. So now we've added scope to that. So the idea of a guaranteed maximum price right then is more semantics than it is a reality, because you can't guarantee something you didn't know you had to build. And so I use that example to kind of demonstrate that this is these items are not something Block could have anticipated at the time they provided us their final numbers. So the things that triggered the change was a DSA review time. They were anticipated and typically would have been done in May, and that's what we planned around. They didn't actually get us stamp plans until November 9th. And we were quite aggressive at reaching out to DSA and pushing them and writing letters and various different people writing letters. And so we pushed as hard as we could from our time, from our end. But November 9th, we received those approved plans. Those plans had DSA requested changes, as we've mentioned. And so those are 2 things that triggered costs. We would delay the schedule now, and we've also added a whole bunch of elements to this project. Another thing that triggers more costs here that was not foreseen at the time of the GMP is the Carl's Jr. road widening. You know, how we're widening and taking that little chicane out of the road there by Carl's Jr. That's a requirement of the city actually on phase 1 that they were kind enough to defer to us until phase 2. And so there's some costs in there for that. And then now that the construction's been delayed, we have the task of setting up some interim housing portables. So there's some costs in here associated, a placeholder associated with providing power and low voltage to those interim housing units, and Block would perform that work. So with that and the $1,771,000 add, there are some things that are still as placeholders that may or may not occur during the rest of the construction. That's solar PV panels on the multi-purpose, which that hasn't been decided yet. There's money in there for that. If we don't do the solar PV, that's $227,000. It wouldn't be spent. All unused money comes back to the district. Along with this $1,771,000 amended amount, it would also leave us with $600,000 in total contingency to get us through the remainder of the job, should anything else come up. I don't anticipate that much, but it's very rare that you come back to the school board and raise a construction cost, but this is for unforeseen. So that's where we are with that. And I would be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Travis, this is actually the second time I heard this, because I joined the CBOC meeting earlier last week, and there was actually a fantastic question that was asked, and I'll just ask it again here so that you can provide clarification. Has the pandemic changed as far as any construction requirements or HVAC requirements to the construction?
As of yet, it has not. It's a great question. I know I've been hearing through the HVAC community and mechanical engineering that they are looking into what they can do to circulate more air through the classroom. I'm certain there's some some ingenuity going on and some changes that may be made moving forward because of this and the recirculation of air and other things that we could do to purify that air. I know you hear about airplanes, recirculating the air every 3 minutes, that sort of thing, which is fantastic. So nothing real definitive. There's nothing that's come out that I'm aware of that says you must do this, but I'm certain that tons of people are talking about it and looking for ways to be more innovative and circulate air at a greater rate.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from board members? Thank you, Travis, for the update and letting us know in terms of where the costs are and the definition or the caveats of the term guaranteed maximum price and the process that we went through that allows us to know that you have a clear understanding of where these costs were incurred at and how, and you're working on strategies to mitigate them moving forward so they can even possibly recoup those additional dollars, but you need those at the scope at this time. So that's very, very much appreciated. With that, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the Matos Phase 2 lease-back agreement.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Are there any other topics for discussion? Are there any comments from the public?
We have no public comments this time.
Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Yip Chuang.
Yes.
Board Clerk Leanne.
Yes.
Board Member Sai.
Yes.
Board Member No.
Yes.
And Board Member Chris Norwood. Yes. Congratulations. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Travis and team.
Thank you. Superintendent Jordan, just kind of looking at the remainder of the agenda, we have item D, which we know needs to be completed tonight because we have to have it postmarked by March 15th. Items E and F, can those be delayed to the next board meeting, or do you have approximate amount of time that each one of those will take?
E and F should take no more than, E should take 2 minutes and F should take 1.
Awesome. Okay. Thank
you. Assistant Superintendent Brunson to summarize.
Thank you very much. Item D, complete 2021 ballot for CSBA Delegate Assembly. We have the board members have access to the ballot material for election of CSBA Delegate Assembly for our region or sub-region and related documents to help determine candidate selection. The board may vote for up to the number of vacancies in the region or sub-region as indicated on the ballot, which must be signed by the superintendent or board clerk and postmarked by March 15, 2021. Only 1 ballot per board. The MUSD district falls under Region 20, Santa Clara County, whereas there are 6 vacancies. Delegates serve every 2 years, returns beginning April 1, 2021 and through March 31st, 2023. So this is the point we want to put up the delegates.
I'll have it up in a second.
Awesome. How many delegate candidates are there?
I saw it says 6.
There are.
There's actually 9 candidates and we have to vote for 6.
Okay. So in years past, we have gone, the board members have talked about each of these candidates as a collective because we have to select 6. If you know any of them personally or want to make a recommendation, and that is usually how we determine the 6 candidates that we are sending to delegate assembly. So let's go with each board member, starting with board member No.
Sure. I would recommend the following here. Bridget Watson from Sunnyvale School District, Fiona Walter from Mountain View Los Altos High School District, Van Lee from Eastside Union High School District, Devin Conley from Mountain View Wisman School District. And the reason why is through my participation in School Boards Association. Yeah, I've gotten to be familiar with these particular candidates here and the work that they're doing within the county.
So let the record show that board member No selected, you said, believe Bridget Watson, Fiona Walter, Van Lay, Devin Conley?
Correct.
Thank you for that. Board member Sai.
We did this before, didn't we? And was this not done in closed session before?
No.
It's strange. I'm going to have to look that up because I recalled last time the process was a little different.
We were in person as well. And we were in person and we all sat at the dais and they had individual resumes of each of the candidates and we reviewed the resumes and then we selected based on our review prior to the board meeting and then bringing up the reasons why we selected them at the board meeting at the dais based on the resumes that we could all see. Just like at this point, we can all see the different resumes as well because they were attached to the agenda.
Yeah, this does feel kind of rushed to me. I know last time we did that, there was some discussion and we were afforded the time to discuss and table it some more. So frankly, I feel like this should have been brought up earlier than it's being brought up rather than so close to the deadline.
So is it your position to abstain from this process?
No, the thing is, you said it's due March 15th, correct? No, I don't.
So maybe we help you with a clarification. When did we receive the ballot, Superintendent Jordan?
I will look back in the weekend report. The weekend report has had the ballot and the information from CSBA for several weeks. And if you look at your weekend report, you'll see that it was also indicated in the section in case you missed it. And CSBA itself has sent out information to all CSBA members. Additionally, Mr. Forstner, did you send the ballots again today? The hard copy, I mean, not the ballots, but the hard copy of the resumes to the board members before the board meeting?
Yes.
Yes, I did send those out today.
Because I still feel like this should have been brought forward earlier. That said, I do know who I am voting for. I am voting for David Guidry. That's number 3. Andres Quintero, Fiona Walter, and Bridget Watson.
Board member Sai states David Guidry, Andres Quintero,
Fiona Walter, and Bridget Watson.
Fiona Walter and Bridget Watson.
That's correct.
Okay. Board Clerk Leanne.
Yes, my choices are Danielle Cohen, David Von Lay, George, Fiona. Did I get 6? 1, 2, 3. Oh, and Bridget Watson.
Vice President Yip Schwan.
Yeah, my 6th choice is David Guidry, Devon Conley, Von Lay, Fiona Walter, Bridget Watson, and Daniela Cohen.
Thank you. And my choices are Bridget Watson, Fiona Walter, Van Lay, Andres Quintero, Devin Conley, and Danielle Cohen. Min and Michael, you both selected 4 out of 6.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So at this point, I believe, Scott, if you can read back the vote to us in terms of who are the candidates that have the most votes.
Okay, let me tabulate here. Well, I know everybody selected Walter and Watson, so I would say those two.
Okay.
Walter, Watson, Walter. I'm just circling here. Cohen.
I believe Van Lay had several.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 for Lay. So Lay has 3. Conley, 1, 2, 3 for Conley.
I think we got 4 for Von Lay, Scott, because I voted for Von Lay. Chris Norwood voted for Von Lay, Min, and
That's it.
Kelly.
Kelly, did you vote for Lay, Kelly?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so then that's 4. Okay. For Lay. Cohen.
I believe Conley had 3.
Conley had 3, yes, I have that. Guidry, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Guidry had 3. 1, 2, 3. So Quintero just had the 1, and Sanchez just had the 1. So if we take off those 2, okay. So through the voting, I would say that your 6 as a board would be Cohen, Conley, Guidry, Lay, Walter, Watson. That's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Nobody voted for Prezunka, and then there was 1 each for Quintero and Sanchez. All the others
Can you repeat that again, Scott?
So starting at the top, we've got Cohen, Conley, Guidry, Lay, and then the bottom 2, Walter, Watson. That would be the 6. Prezunka had 0, Quintero had 1, and Sanchez had 1. That's why I'm taking them off.
I believe I voted for Quintero.
So that was Quintero. Actually, I have Michael Sy with, oh yeah, and Chris here. Sorry about that. Quintero had 2. Board member Sy, board president Norwood.
So what does that give us in number still? Does that still give us Cohen as well?
Cohen, I've got Norwood. I've got Gipchwan. Cohen. Oh no, then Cohen has 2. Yeah. So Quintero and Cohen have 2 each.
No, you're wrong again. Danielle Cohen, I voted for, and then Chris and Kelly voted for too.
I have you. Oh, you voted, I guess I can't read my writing. You didn't vote for Conley then?
No, I voted for Danielle.
Okay. Sorry, I was writing rather quickly.
No problem.
Is there any particular reason for those, because I've already used my vote, and so it's also important as we look at the delegate assembly, and thank you for everyone sharing their votes and doing their research. One of the goals of the delegate assembly is to send representation of the region to the delegate assembly. The reality is, and we all know, that if you're not in the room, then you're not in the room. And so as we look at the representation here that we have from the board, I believe we have there is some similarity in the type of school districts when we look at Bridget, Fiona, Devin, and Danielle, whereas Eastside Union is very distinct, Alum Rock is very distinct, and Franklin McKinley is also a very distinct school district in terms of needing some sort of representation in terms of this region is concerned. So I do want to put that out there before we finalize the vote to see if anyone would be willing to consider selecting one of those two candidates instead of someone that they selected from a district that's very similar.
I voted for the 6 people based on what I heard at the interview or at the that meeting, that Min was there too. And all 9 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, all 9 of them had, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes to speak about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so I made notes and I made my selections through that.
Thank you.
So I only recommended 4, only based on my knowledge of the inner workings that the 4 I recommended. I appreciate those comments as far as selecting representation, Board President Norwood. Looking at that, again, I believe Andres Quintero had the 2 votes already. Thinking about the unique representation, especially from the east side of our county. So I will go ahead and add an additional recommendation for Andres Quintero.
Thank you, Board Member Mill. Are there any other comments, Board Member Sy, Board Member Yipchuan?
Well, I will say thank you, Board Member No, for adding Andres Quintero. I know Alum Rock's certainly been a troubled area. You hear certain stories coming out of their school board and school district that are problematic, but I think Andres is one of the good ones.
Are there any other comments at this time? Awesome. I believe we have our 6.
So let's just go over those 6. So we got Waller and Watson for sure.
Walter,
sorry. Walter and Watson. Lay. 1, 2. Quintero. Cohen and Guidry, is it?
Conley.
1, 2, So I have for Conley, board member no, right?
Correct.
Board member Yip.
Scott, I got a great idea. Han,
Yeah.
can you help us out?
What's that?
I'm gonna believe Han was also tracking as well. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead. So who are the top 6, Han?
Danielle, Cohen, Conley, Von Lay, Fiona Walter, Bridget Watson. And I am still waiting. I don't know what Min just voted. Was it Conley?
Andres,
or was it
Andres Quintero.
Okay, so now I think Quintero and Conley are tied.
So that's 6.
Miss.
We have our 6. Let's submit it.
Walter, Watson, Lay, Quintero, Cohen, Conley.
But I'm going to be thoughtful of the comment about we're rushing the process. I'm going to be thoughtful of that comment because I knew we weren't going to rush the process since I've done this like 5 other times. And it never happens just the first time through. There's always some discussion and the opportunity for folks to reflect on their decisions and add things to the room.
But it sounds like we.
Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, I was just saying or agreeing that I thought you guys went over your candidates and gave reason why for each one. But Walter, Watson, Lay, Quintero, Cohen, Conley. Those are the 6?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, each board member has the opportunity as we prepare to vote to consider those 6. And if there's any, and at this time we have the 6, so at this time I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to proceed with the
motion
6.
to, sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any additional discussion needed at this time? Seeing no additional, are there any comments from the public?
And we have no comments from the public at this time.
No additional comments, no comments from the public. This is a roll call vote. Vice President Yip Chuan?
Yes.
Board Clerk Lien?
Yes.
Board Member Sai?
Yes.
Board Member No?
Yes.
And Board President Chris Norwood, yes. Thank you everyone for your diligence, reviewing the applications, sitting in on the interviews, and being thoughtful of the representation that we send from our county to the delegate assembly. I do highly recommend that as time permits itself, that when opportunities like this present themselves and they come across my desk early, I try to share them with each of you individually for consideration, because as Assistant Superintendent Jonathan Brusson mentioned, we are, our reputation in terms of leadership and education and those types of things and the ability to contribute thoughtfully is continually growing in the, not only in the region, but also in the state. Item E, conduct 1 reading and adopt new board policy BP 4033A, board policy, lactation accommodation, Assistant Superintendent Human Relations.
Thank you, President Norwood. At this time, I bring before you an action item that we need to approve as my recommendation that we adopt this board policy for lactation accommodation for all employees in our school district. This will mirror the practices that we've already have in place for our students around the district. Somehow, some way, this was never in our policies and it was brought to our attention and we acted immediately so that we can have this in accordance to protect our mothers' rights to both have a place around in every building, that a workplace that they can express themselves as well as a time to do so. These practices have been in place. We just didn't have board policy to set the record straight so that these this federal and state right can be taken seriously and put into our policy. So Once we get this adopted, we will get an A rating from the California Women's Law Center. And I have nothing more to say other than that we have been following these practices. We just need to have a board policy that holds us accountable and that allows our employees to have the freedom to do this important function for their children.
Superintendent Jordan, it says conduct one reading and adopt.
Yeah, no, we actually need to, this would be the first reading, and then it needs to be put on the next agenda for a second reading.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
As we continue to celebrate Women's History Month, Superintendent Jordan, would you do the honors?
I need to pull it up.
Scott, you want to pull it up?
Yes, sir. Getting on it right now.
No, we haven't been here this late in a while. Hang in there, people. Hang in there, folks.
I got you.
I was gonna say we don't actually have to read it, but I will.
Well, let's take a look at how long the board policy is.
It's not that long.
Okay.
All the codes are the second page, so there's about 6 paragraphs, not very long paragraphs.
All right. The governing board recognizes the immediate and long-term health advantages of breastfeeding for infants and mothers and desires to provide a supportive environment for any district employee to express milk for her infant child upon her return to work following the birth of the child. The board prohibits discrimination, harassment, and/or retaliation against any district employee who chooses to express breast milk for her infant child while at work. And I will add that we already have a similar board policy in place for students. We just didn't have it for the employees. The district shall provide a reasonable amount of break time to accommodate an employee each time she has a need to express milk for her infant child. To the extent possible, such break time shall run concurrently with the break time already provided to the employee. Any additional break time used by a non-exempt employee for this purpose shall be unpaid. The employee shall be provided a private location other than a restroom, which is in close proximity to her work area and meets the requirements of the Labor Code and United States Code as applicable. Employees are encouraged to notify their supervisor or other appropriate personnel in advance of their intent to make use of the accommodations offered for employees who are nursing mothers. As needed, the supervisor shall work with the employee to address arrangements and scheduling in order to ensure that the employee's essential job duties are covered during the break time. Lactation accommodations may be denied only in limited circumstances in accordance with law. Before an employee supervisor makes a determination to deny lactation accommodations, he or she shall consult the superintendent or designee in any case in which lactation accommodations are denied. The superintendent or designee shall document the options that were considered and the reasons for denying the accommodations. So now we need to bring it back for the next board meeting for a second reading, and then it can go for adoption.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any additional discussion? Got any public comments?
We have no public comments at this time.
Roll call. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board Clerk Lien.
Yes.
Board Member Tsai.
Yes.
Board Member No.
Yes.
Board Member Norwood. Yes. Motion carries to conduct the reading and then to bring it back for adoption.
Yep.
Item F, agreement with the Stepping Stones Group and MUSD.
Very quickly, trustees, this is a action item in order to secure the services for 2 employees that are taking leave of absence for the remainder of the year. These 2 employees were already contracted out to fulfill other positions in the district. And because their services were so valued and because of the timing of an additional 2 other employees that needed to leave us to provide speech and language services, that we want to continue with them at this time. My recommendation is that you accept these 2 contracts for the services of speech and language pathologist services for the remainder of the school year.
Can you scroll to that? Can you show me that on the agenda online? Usually when we have action items that have dollar amounts associated with them, that is also listed as a fiscal impact.
Yes, it's on each. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
They're on the contracts themselves.
Awesome. Thank you.
You bet.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Additional discussion? Are there any comments from the public?
We have no public comment at this time.
Roll call vote. Board Member No.
Yes.
Board Member Sai.
Yes.
Board Clerk.
Yes.
Yin. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board Member Norwood. Yes. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item G, resolution, Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education, the censure, School Board Member Michael Sy, Board Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan. I think we would start with the introduction of this item. At the last regularly scheduled board meeting, we reviewed the board group agreements, we reviewed the education policy, reviewed a number of we reviewed our censure language in terms of the requirement in order to bring forth the censure. We discussed it as a board, and during that process, Board Vice President Yip Chuan requested that this item be brought back to the next regularly scheduled board meeting. As a requirement for this to be brought back to the regularly scheduled board meeting, Board Member Yip Chuan had to draft a resolution of censure for Board Member Michael Sy. At this point, I will turn it over. Superintendent Jordan, is there anything to add else to that conversation?
No, I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. Board Vice President Yip Chuan. You may be on mute.
Should the resolution be pulled up?
Yes.
1 second. President, I would like to speak to some of the stuff you said before this goes any further.
Some of the stuff that I said before this goes any further.
Yeah, I mean, you made some statements just now.
About the process of how we got here?
Yeah, about whatever you were saying like 1 minute ago.
Should the discussion be after?
No, well, we're opening. President Norwood, you mentioned that Kelly brought this up at a previous meeting. At that meeting, she requested it to be scheduled for the next meeting. So that next meeting came and went on March 2nd. There was no censure on the agenda, and I heard no communication about a censure. So that tells me that this was going to be dropped and that there was not going to be one. Now, you mentioned the requirements for a censure being at least one of them being an attempt to reconcile before a censure happens. I want to say that no good faith reconciliation effort was made. This was a surprise attack against me when I saw the agenda with my censure being placed on it. I have emails with timestamps showing that Kelly Yip Chuan sent out a threatening demand email to me a mere 2 hours before this censure agenda was published. This is a sucker punch, and I do not believe I am being afforded due process, or time to reconcile, or time to respond. I don't think it's being made in good faith, and I would say, given that the email was sent to me only 2 hours before this censure was published on the agenda, this should not even be heard tonight. It should be heard at a future meeting, if it must be heard at all.
Thank you, Board Member Sy. If I were to repeat your comments, point one was that this was brought up at the regularly scheduled board meeting and to be agendized for the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Or the next meeting is what was said when this was first brought up, and the next meeting ended up being on March 2nd. Between that meeting where this was first brought up and March 2nd, I received no communication or attempt at reconciliation.
So that was the special board meeting.
Splitting hairs. It was said next meeting.
Not splitting hairs, just being sure that I articulate the process and understanding your points correctly, as we always do as a board governance team. The second point that you bring to our attention is the fact that board member Vice President Yip Chuan sent you an email attempting reconciliation 2 hours before the board agenda was published, which you believe did not give you sufficient time to review and respond, or to consider being able to work out a reconciliation, or to even offer a counter reconciliation proposal?
Yes, I would offer. I do not believe the offer made to me was made in good faith. It was timed as close as possible to the publication of the censure item in order to give me no time to respond, but only to fulfill the requirement so she can say that she made an attempt to reconcile. But I don't believe this is an adequate or fair attempt at reconciliation. However, I do not let the lack of good faith of others, mean I need to respond in kind. I will make a good faith offer of reconciliation and offer to meet with an independent third-party mediator to discuss these issues. And if that independent mediator does not come to a resolution, then we can move forward. But for this to be heard now, and like I said, right, I get the email, and then 2 hours later, I'm being told that I'm going to be censured. So that would be my counter offer.
So that, I would probably say that counter offer, because unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, the reality is that Kelly, Vice President Yip Chuan, did fulfill the obligation that was required by the censure process that we have. The ask for the ability, because of the timeline that it was provided and the opportunity for a third-party mediator, I will need to refer or involve the board in the discussion, as well as the superintendent, as this is uncharted territory. But most importantly, it would start with board member, I would believe board member Yip Chuan, in terms of interest in having the discussion with the third-party mediator in terms of moving this forward or wanting to move forward with the resolution. I'd also like to get the input of the other board members on what they've heard at this point as well.
No comment.
I'd like to proceed with the reading of the resolution and then have a discussion.
Okay. Any comments from Board Member Lien.
No comments from me. Thank you.
Okay.
If that's the case, I'm going to maintain my position. I move that this be tabled for a future agenda item because, like I said, being given a notice a mere 2 hours and then being hit with that surprise attack that I'm being put on trial. I mean, you want to talk about no surprises. That was a tremendous surprise. And frankly, I think if we do proceed tonight under those conditions, it really, I hate to say it, it would be a sham. So I am just going to make the motion to table this for a future meeting because as it stands now, I have not been given fair time. I can show you the, Chris, I believe you received that email as well. And you can check the timestamp yourself. It was sent at like around 3 p.m. and then the agenda comes out published 5 p.m. I mean, how is that fair to anyone?
Understood.
Now I have comments.
Yes, Yipchuan. I mean, yes.
So yes, Lynn. 2 weeks ago, when we had the meeting, we did not follow the procedures the way it should be. That's why we said we're going to bring it back to the next meeting. And the next meeting is today. Last week on March 2nd, we had a special meeting specifically discussed only COVID-related items. So I don't feel that it is a surprise to you, Michael. But again, if you feel that it was a surprise, you got the email, let's say 2 hours prior to this meeting. Did you make any effort to reach out to the president or the vice president or even the superintendent to discuss this item before the meeting started?
That wouldn't have made a difference because once the agenda was already published, so you're creating this impression that, you know, you're giving me a choice, but once the agenda's been published, it's out there already. I will say I actually made several attempts to contact Kelly to try to reconcile and give her a chance to say if she condones or not some of the misinformation that her associates were spreading about me. And every single time I received no response. And based on that lack of communication, I took the understanding that, you know, it didn't seem like this person wanted any reconciliation. They just wanted retaliation.
So censure is not, so you have the lens that censure is retaliation versus what it's designed to do, and that is to ensure the behavior and of a governing board is cohesive in the best possible manner. It is not a litigation or a sanction, it is a reprimand. You keep referring to it in a term as if it is we're a court of law, and we are a governing body, a local governing body that proceeds over the district accountability and fiscal and a number of other ways. So as I hear, thank you, board member Lien, for your asking of the question, did board member Tsai reach out to board member Yip Chuan in terms of this matter? And thank you, board member No, for where your position is currently in terms of making the decision. And I believe that board member Yip Chuan said that she would like to proceed with the resolution. I would like everyone to take a moment to be thoughtful and to consider this process and the seriousness of bringing forth a censure resolution to a board member. and what are the possibilities of our ability to become a cohesive team or be able to move forward as a cohesive team if the censure is brought forth. But with that said, our process is to bring forth something on an agenda item. We make a motion and a second, and then we vote in terms of moving it forward. So it sounds like Board Member Tsai has requested to make a motion on this item be removed from the agenda based on the information that he stated and that he shared with the board members. So Mr. Tsai, Board Member Tsai, if you would be so kind and to state, make a motion with the reasons for why you would like this item to be removed so that the board members can hear that clearly, so that we can move on to the next part of this discussion.
Yes, I believe the censure is not being used in accordance with what it's supposed to be. It is being misused as a weapon of political retaliation. And this is something I've spoken about well in advance of this. And unfortunately, I'm being proven correct. It's quite clear that this is political retaliation because it came right after the meeting where I spoke against one of Kelly's proposals about community service. And unfortunately, the retaliation comes very swift after that, and it's disappointing. But that said, you know, if I really have, I mean, I've done nothing wrong. So I don't believe I should even be, the act of putting me on trial in itself probably shouldn't even be happening. But that said, you know, if Kelly really is acting in good faith as she claims, I don't see a reason why this can't be tabled while we maybe get an independent mediator to sort things out. But the way it's being done now, it just seems like Board Member Yip Chuan is just in a rush to try and disgrace me.
Is there a motion, Mr. Tsai?
And yes, I will make the motion to remove this item from the agenda, and if necessary, if it has to come back, we can bring it back later. Frankly, I think we have much more important things to be focusing on given the current crisis and school reopening. Yeah.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Seeing none.
It's good. You can have it heard, just not today.
Again, we thank you for the motion. There was no second. There was direct communication with the bringer of the censure in terms of their interest in tabling it for an opportunity for a third party. And where we are now, which there's still time, it's time to move forward with the reading of the censure. Board Member Yip Chuan.
Resolution of the Milpitas Unified School District Board to censure School Board Member Michael Tsai. Whereas the Milpitas Unified School District School Board is committed to working as a cohesive governing body to serve to the best interest of our school district and specifically to our students, employees, and the community who all depend on our success together. And whereas the Milpitas Unified School District 5 school board members are expected to provide leadership, create a constructive working environment for the school district, and whereas the Milpitas Unified School District board members are committed to upholding the board policies and board agreement, providing for open, honest, and respectful communication, adhering to all applicable laws and policies, governing the board's action and behavior, and to working as a team to set an example of cohesive leadership for the Milpitas Unified School District. And whereas on February 9th, 2021, during a public school board meeting, member School board member Michael Tsai accused Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan of violating agreements trusts, saying that she had revealed highly confidential information about what had been said during a closed session. This was another attempt to discredit and attack her character. Revealing that school board member Michael Tsai missed half the professional development training on Brown Act, then questioning why his camera had to be turned on is not a confidential matter. According to disclosure of confidential privilege information, the board shall not take any actions against any member of the disclosing confidential information, nor shall the disclosure be considered a violation of the law or board policy when the person is governing code 54963. CF 9321-1, closed session and report. Number 3, disclosing information that is not confidential. And whereas on February 2nd, 2021, board member Tsai sent an email to continue the personal attack and harassment on board Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan to make it appear that she has malice intent when suggesting the students can get community hours through the Chamber of Commerce. Quote, try to make our students perform community service by doing unpaid labor, end quote. Therefore, board member Michael Tsai accused board Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan of, quote, conveniently failed to disclose that she has extensive ties to and history with, unquote. Evidence of such attack shown in Exhibit A. And whereas on January 26, 2021, during a public school board meeting discussing on community service hour requirement waiver, board member Michael Tsai made a personal attack on Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan's character and credibility without asking for clarification or allowing new ideas to be discussed. Board member Michael Tsai falsely accused Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan of having bad intentions by using students as quote unquote free labor and tried to shame her. And whereas on January 26, 2021, board member Michael Tsai showed up late and missed half of the professional development training from Dennis Wolverine Kelly, attorney at law, 2021 Brown Act survival training. In addition to this tardiness and lack of participation, he was absent or late for the following meetings. Missed September 10th board meeting, was late to the study session on September 24th, 2019. And well, there's a whole list there, so I won't go through all of it. Whereas on December 22nd, 2020, school board member Michael Tsai posted to his social media, we should not approve even tactfully and underhanded conduct and individuals, especially one who claims to be leaders. There is a political tactic where if people in government want to do something out of the public view, they'll change up meeting times and locations at the last minute with very minimum notice to the public in the hopes that no one pay attention to what is going on and or miss the meeting. This is reference to the our organizational meeting that was changed from December 8th, 2020 to December 15th, 2020. Board member Tsai sent a text to Board Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan questioning the change on December 7th, 2020, even after superintendent sent out in her December 6th, 2020 weekend report. And then that's what is on the weekend report. And then I have Exhibit B attached, whereas November 10th, school board, Michael Tsai posted to his social media about a school board member missed her school district, misused her school district position. Well, you know, I'm not gonna read the rest of this, but I do want to focus on a couple of items here. First,
President Norwood, you said it's time to read the resolution. Is board member Kelly Yip Chuan supposed to read the resolution or use this as an opportunity to make attacks on me?
I haven't made any attacks.
Or you're deviating?
I'm giving a summary of the resolution, unless you prefer me to spend the time and read the board group agreements. That it's been there since Friday.
No, you said you said you weren't gonna. It sounded like you were gonna deviate from reading the resolution.
I was going to focus on a couple of items on there instead of going through all the violations on there.
So what Mr. Tsai is looking to confirm is that anything that you state at this point is a part of the resolution.
Correct. I can continue. Whereas November 10th, 2020, school board board member Michael Tsai posted to social media about a school board member misused her school district position and official title to promote a candidate, creating a misleading message that the school board was endorsing a candidate. School board member Han Lian did not violate what was being accused of her. The email was sent from another unrelated campaign, and the school board member Han Lian was not aware of it until after it was sent out and brought to her attention. Board member Michael Tsai posted the message to create conflict that was not there. Evidence of social media post in Exhibit C. Whereas per board bylaw 9001 amended on November 26, 2019, board members and the superintendent agrees to 1, keep learning and achievement for all students as the primary focus, ask questions for your own understanding, be open and honest with each other, no surprises, including unapproved communications with law enforcement, news media, regional elected officials on behalf of the district and/or board. 5, be aware that our behavior in the community reflects us as a team. 6, communicate proactively with each other about topics, questions, and challenges in open sessions and in advance of public board meetings in compliance with the Brown Act. 7, participate in professional development and commit the time and energy to be an informed and effective leader. 8, actively support the culture of we in action, deed, and opportunity to serve the students and parents of the Milpitas Unified School District. And whereas, based on the board policy and data represented, school board member Tsai has violated a number of these policies with his continuous inappropriate behavior and misconduct. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Milpitas Unified School District Board here censure school board member Michael Tsai for repeated violation of the school policy and board agreement and the negative impact of his actions, and remove him from representing MUSD, including the board assignments. Be it further resolved at the Milpitas Unified School District School Board hereby demands the school board member Michael Tsai abide by the board's adopted board policy and board agreement. And be it further resolved that the Milpitas Unified School District Board hereby demands that the school board member Michael Tsai cease all public actions that negatively impact the effectiveness of the school board, superintendent, staff, teachers, families, and most importantly, the students.
Thank you.
So I just want to highlight just a couple of the main violations. On the January 26, 2020 board meeting, member Tsai did make a personal attack on me during a discussion on students' community hours. Then after, he took it to social media and sent out an email to continue the harassment and personal attacks and tried to shame me. The other violation that I would like to focus on is the multiple absences and tardiness, including a recent professional development training on Brown Act where he missed the first half of the training, a very important half. Since December 2019, there were a total of 4 missed school board meetings, 7 tardiness to study sessions, closed sessions. He was late and missed a large portion of the board retreat and professional development training. That's multiple violations to the board group agreement. Number 7, participate in professional development and commit the time and energy necessary to be an informed and effective leader. Where is the commitment? So since our last board meeting, I have contacted board member Ty about a reconciliation, and he did not respond at all. I did copy the board president and forward a copy to the superintendent for the record. In late 2019, board member Ty and I sat down with superintendent and President Norwood to have a conversation, and we both agreed to focus on our staff and students and work cordially without creating conflict. Since then, he has created conflicts and have violated many items from the board group agreement. His conduct has become more frequent and increasingly inappropriate. He has consistently found ways to cause divisiveness and conflict amongst his fellow board members. School board member Ty's behavior does not foster a healthy team environment, nor does it support the culture of we.
Thank you, board member Yip Chuan. That was a lot. Points of clarification, or we do the motion in a second, then the discussion. Is there a motion?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. What sort of motion are you looking for?
Is there a motion to approve the
Motion to approve the resolution.
The resolution of Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education to censure board member Michael Sy? Is there a motion?
I just made a motion.
And I second.
We have a motion. We have a second. This is where we have time for discussion.
We do have a public comment or hand raised. President Norwood, if you'd like me to go to that.
Yes, please.
Okay. We have a hand raised by JR. We are going to enable your audio, and then you take yourself off mute and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, board members. Jackie Romero here. It's kind of late, it's midnight, and I think that to be completely honest with you, the transparency to have this discussion at midnight with very little people in attendance is not the right thing to do when you're going to censure or attempt to censure a board member. It also is going to create precedents in the future for future board members that they cannot communicate to their constituents. I don't think this is a good idea, to be frank with you. So I don't want to get into the personal conflicts between Vice President Kelly Yip and Michael Sy, because I don't know what happened. I'm just hearing stories from what I hear right now. So I don't have anything to go by to see what's going on other than what I saw on Milpitas Rants and Raves on Facebook, where we had two of the people that work for Vice President Yip going after Michael Sy on social media. And so there's a lot going on here. This, I don't think, should be discussed in a public place. This seems to be more of a campaign situation. I know they're going to campaign against each other in 2022. And I think this really needs to be taken offline or discussed with transparency so that there is time for public comments for both sides, for Kelly Yip and for Michael Sy. Again, I'm not taking any sides. I just think that this is going to create precedents in the future that other board members coming on board are not going to be able to talk to their constituents straight on in a public forum because people are going to be afraid to talk, which is going on right now. Not one board member has come to the public to talk about what's going on with the school and reopening because of fear of not being in alignment with the board agreements. And that's not fair to the constituents that elected you to be in office. Your responsibility is to communicate to us. And with these board agreements, you are stopping the communication to constituents, and that doesn't work, in my opinion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We have no other hands raised at this time. Oh, actually, we do have a hand raised this time. Joseph Weinstein has his hand raised. We're going to enable your audio and take yourself off mute, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, first thing I'd like to suggest to Jackie Romero that she read all of social media, because I don't work for Kelly Chuan, nor do a number of other people that posted on social media. So that's an unfair characterization. Second of all, in regard to the resolution, I, as a voter, expect every single board member, every single task force member to attend all meetings, to be on time to all meetings. And I think it's long past that the board takes action on Michael Tsai's absences and his lateness. And that's got nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with the fact that when I vote for somebody, I want them to be there focused on the district and the students. Thank you.
Okay, and now we have another hand raised, 2 hands raised. We're going to go to Thomas Valore. We're going to activate your audio, and then you have 2 minutes to speak. Take yourself off mute. There you go.
As most of you are aware, I've, over the course of many years, attended many school board meetings and have had an opportunity to observe how school board members conduct themselves in the situation of a school board meeting. And over the course of many years now, observing Mr. Tsai, it has come to my attention, unfortunately, that Mr. Tsai conducts himself in a manner that's antithetical to the board group agreement and also to the culture of we that is attempted to be fostered by the school district. And so consequently, I believe it appropriate that he be sent a strong message informing him that it's about time that his behavior be brought in line with what he has agreed to and in becoming a board member for the Milpitas Unified School District. Thank you for your time.
Okay, the next hand raised is Victor San Vicente. We are going to enable your audio. Take yourself off mute, and you have 2 minutes.
Dear Board President Norwood and fellow school board members, tonight I stand in support of the resolution in front of you, dealing with the censure of board member Tsai. I've lived in Milpitas for the past 36 years and have raised 2 children through the wonderful district. Not every past board member has been perfect, but member Tsai behavior and lack of proper etiquette is at an all-time low. His actions has forced the board to take precious moments of time and resources away from the individual who needs it the most, our students and staff. If you let this behavior continue, you are sending a message that will enable member Tsai to continue his irresponsible behavior. While you can't remove him from the seat, I call on board member Tsai to resign and allow another member of our Milpitas family who actually will put our students and staff first and believe in the culture of we. Thank you.
Okay, and we have one other hand raised. It is Juan Alasantosa. We are going to enable your audio, Juan, and unmute yourself, and you can speak. Guan. We can. He must be having issues with his audio. He is enabled, and I see that he has taken himself off mute, but we cannot hear you, Guan. So I just recommend maybe we get back if he does raise his hand again and his audio is working.
Thank you, Scott. We've heard the resolution. We've heard we've heard comments from the public. We have a motion and a second, and we continue our discussion. Are there any other items or are there any other context to be added to this discussion before we take a vote? Or an alternative motion?
Again, I'm going to make
this mode. Actually, this motion would have to not carry, or we could possibly alter an alternative motion.
I'll tell you what the alternative motion is going to be if this motion doesn't carry, which is, as Ms. Romero said, the fact that you're dragging this on past midnight with most of the audience gone. Frankly, any good government expert looking at this would say this does not look right. You know, I've done nothing wrong. This is very much a political attack against me, and the alternative motion would be to table it and give time for a real independent mediator to resolve this, rather than like a surprise attack that comes 2 hours before the censure is published. So that's what the alternative motion would be.
Correct. We believe that, right, we do, understood. Is there any other discussion from any other board members?
I'd like to make a comment. Fellow board members, you have seen and witnessed the countless violations and inappropriate behavior that board member Tai has committed. What I hope from this censure is that board member Tai realizes his misconduct is not acceptable and the board will not condone such behavior. His hostile action is visible to the public and he has been a distraction to the board, the district, and the community. It is time to take action, and I ask for your vote on this censure.
Thank you, Board Member Yipchuan. I have a couple of clarifying questions, or could we bring up the resolution, please?
Sure.
Scroll down toward the therefore part. Now therefore be it resolved that the Milpitas Unified School Board here censures board member Michael Tsai for repeated violation of board policy and board agreement and negative impact of his actions, and remove him from representing MUSD, including board assignments. And I need some clarification on that particular language.
Well, right now he's representing some schools, including Metro Ed. He should not be the representative. You know, in December when we had the board assignments, there were some schools and we were, I think, voted on, or I'm not sure, We chose the schools and the committees that we were going to represent as a board member.
So your request here, as far as is to remove him from representing MUSD, including all assignments. There is no time period listed here. Is your request that it is is it indefinite? Is it for a specific time period?
You know, we can try for 6 months, 3 months, and then see where, if the behavior has improved, then potentially put him on probation. That's what normally happens, right?
So no, so this is the first time of us going through this censure process, and we can't say, well, maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months, because whatever this language is that we vote on, that's what we agree upon, whether to accept it or not. And if we accept it, we accept it based on the language that it has. And we have to make sure that we clarify the language that it does not have. So that's why I'm asking, as far as it says, being removed from representing MUSD, including board assignments. So that's a two-part. You're referring to superintendent representing MUSD. Could you, Kelly, board member Yip Trom, could you kind of clarify that for me for a little bit more, please? Because you said that he represents Metro Ed, and I believe that's his committee assignment, where
Right.
he is. So if you can clarify where we're removing him from representing MUSD.
Yes, because right now he's.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you said represent. So it's almost, I see it as two things: representing MUSD and then including the board assignments, like two separate things.
Yes, in particularly to the board assignments and the committees that we are responsible to attend. For instance, my committees and my schools that I'm representing are Burnett and Russell. I also go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting. And those assignment that it was on the list.
Okay. So remove from committee assignments for a specified period of time.
Yes, and I can motion for 6 months if needed to be. As a second part B motion. I don't know if that's something that we can do.
Yeah, we'll turn to the superintendent in a moment.
Board member Yip Tron is trying to make up increasing punishments on the spot to go along. It is appalling that she would seek to make a casualty of the needy students at the vocational education program, but no casualty is too great for Kelly Yip Tron as she pursues her political vendetta against me.
Mr. Sai, the goal, I'm not quite sure if you're, the goal here is to continue to work through this process is to work through the process. And what I'm hearing is from some board members, silence, well, not necessarily complete silence, because their silence and not speaking up says something about their experiences. I'm hearing some community members comment about their observation of your behavior. I'm hearing the comment from community member, very active community member, Jackie Romero, and saying that, you know, this is an awful late time to be holding these proceedings, and it should be possibly done at a different time during the day or a special board meeting, particularly on this particular subject. We're hearing a lot of things here, and this is serious business for everyone. So bringing forth solutions that can be considered versus each time that you have an opportunity to speak, Mr. Tsai, just basically pointing out how you believe that Kelly feels.
I have brought forward a solution, which would be to act with transparency, table this and give the mediation process a chance to work. Again, as I said, pushing this past midnight with most of the audience gone is not a good look.
And
that is my
that has been heard. That has been heard, and that is before the board, and that will be taken into consider when they just if this moves as we prepare to make. We have the motion, we have the second, we have the opportunity to vote. I do mention that the resolution does not have any definitive language in it about the time period, so that is missing. That is missing for me. I will also say, as I review the number of things that Kelly, Board Member Yip-Schwan has brought forward, there are some concerns that I specifically see in her resolution that are concerning. Some of it is a matter of style, of communication style. Some is a matter of approach to the work. But some of them are just, and some are, I would probably say, extremely accurate in terms of, based on the information that Board Member Kelly Yip-Schwan has brought forth in her exhibits and the effort and time that is taken to put this together. This is extremely, they make censure difficult on purpose, people, because it is a dangerous precedent to set. They make it very difficult that you have to go through extreme measures to get to this point, and we are at this point. So everybody's contribution to the discussion will be helpful as we look back on this in the future as we move forward. And Scott, I do see that Guan Ellison-Tosa's hand is back up.
Yeah, let's see what we can do here. Guan, we are gonna again activate your audio. Unmute yourself, please. And you will have 2 minutes. Guan, you've got to unmute yourself. Guan, are you there?
Can you hear?
Oh, we heard you for a second.
Okay, let me try it again. Can you hear me?
There we go, Guan. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have audio problem here, unfortunately. Actually, I lost the video too. But anyway, yeah, my name is Guan Ellison-Tosa, 2290 Glenview Drive, Milpitas. I want to speak as, based on my experience here. I have served as school board member here for 8 years at MUSD. We had always worked together and respected each other, even when we had disagreement. That is not happening now. One school board member, in this case, school board member Michael Chai, made false accusation. Instead of clarifying first with each other, in this case with board member Kelly Yip-Schwan, he went public. And I could see a pattern, a repeated pattern here based on the evidence presented by Vice President Kelly Yip-Schwan. Such behavior is not appropriate. The pandemic is not over. MUSD still has more important business to take care of instead of wasting more time dealing with this inappropriate behavior. I urge all of the school board members, please vote yes to censure Michael Chai and move on. The students and staff need your undivided attention in this difficult time. Okay, so I'm not talking politics or anything here. I just want to be clear. I'm observing as a former board member based on my experience, and also the fact that I don't attend too many school board meetings. I don't speak that often. At this time, I felt so compelled because of the repeated pattern of behavior here. All right, that's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, board member. Thank you, former board member Allison Tosa, for your comments.
That was the only hand raised at this time.
So Scott, if you could be so kind and bring back up the board, bring back up the censure.
Sure, no problem.
To the remaining board members, are there any comments or questions or concerns about any of the items as within the censure? Again, I go back to the point that I brought up, Scott, about the removal from representing MUSD in with the committee assignments and board combination of the committee assignments and board assignments. Currently, we have a motion to adopt the resolution of censure, but this language here is not completed. Superintendent Jordan, I need a clarification of process here. Could there be a motion? Does that language need to be included at this time for us to vote, or?
No, I don't. When there, go ahead.
Or do we vote based on, or do we have the opportunity to vote based on the language that already exists?
As with other topics, and not topics, but as with other action items, when the board wishes to amend, they have offered other language instead. And in this case, I believe you had a first and a second. So you would need to carry out the opportunity for discussion, and then maybe you didn't have, but you need to carry out the discussion and then allow the first motion to die, and then you could entertain a new motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any other comments, questions, or discussions to be had at this time before we vote?
Yes, I have plenty to say. This process is being a sham. It is very disappointing to see these false allegations not only being leveled at me, but being entertained. Kelly Yip Chuan, in fact, has repeatedly verbally harassed me, including at an early meeting at which Min No was in attendance. Kelly Yip Chuan repeatedly leaned over and hissed at me, shame on you, repeatedly. I did not report it at the time. I have repeatedly tried to be patient, forgiving, understanding, and accommodating, yet at each turn, this has only been treated as an invitation to further attack. I have not even begun to list, frankly, the very long list of inappropriate and hostile behavior by board member Yip Chuan, which has created a toxic and hostile work environment for me. If you want a complete list, I will be happy to provide more information as time allows. That said, this certainly is not the format for it.
So you're absolutely right, Board Member Sai. You do have the right, as we've introduced the process of censure and reviewed the process of censure, to present censure for board member to Vice President Yip Chuan based on her behavior, and that can be brought to the board in a very similar fashion. I believe there was a brief discussion when we discussed it at the last regular board meeting, it was made clear of the process that everyone was entitled to as an individual board member. And you definitely have your right, you definitely have the ability to exercise your right to propose a censure as well.
So this should be heard like by an independent third party. As it stands, I believe this thing is becoming very politicized. And frankly, we need to slow down. I do have a few steps. I mean, despite this surprise attack being launched on me with almost no notice, people have written letters, which I will read now or later.
President Norwood.
Yes.
It is now 12:33. Our staff started this early this morning, asking them to stay past midnight. I don't think it is healthy, and it is not reasonable for them to, although it's just a board meeting, but I think in the future, if you, Kelly, and Superintendent Jordan would, allot the time for each item and make sure that it doesn't go beyond midnight.
I understand. Thank you.
This is,
With
I
that-
think
with
this
that-
enough said on this item. Discussion's done. Either we vote or we table, but we shouldn't sit here until perhaps 2 a.m. just to discuss on this item.
Thank you, Board Member Yin.
Thank you.
Superintendent Jordan, anyone from the staff, could we dismiss them?
I already sent them messages letting them know they could leave.
Awesome, thank you. Board Member Tsai has expressed a desire to bring this issue back. He has brought to the table that he is interested in conversation on mediation between himself and Board Member Yip Chuan. She has responded. Board Member Tsai has also expressed the concern about the timing of, or the time upon which this is being conducted, as well as community members. And community members have also communicated their concerns as well. So with that, I believe that we do have enough information to be able to move forward and with the vote. With the vote on the
You're trying to put this to a vote now? Am I understanding you correctly that you want this to be put to a vote now?
We've done a first and a second. Is it your effort to present evidence or the opportunity to share that which potentially may allow other board members to further decide the manner in which they want to vote? Because that's where we are now.
Yes, despite the fact that a certain board member tried to give me the absolute minimum amount of time and opportunity to prepare defense, I do have an extensive defense as well as lots of supporting documents and evidence. Again, and that is why I proposed this be tabled and laid out in front of an independent mediator.
So, Michael, so that you're reminded of the way that the process of the censure works, the board votes on the censure, not an independent mediator. And so the information that you have that you would like to share for the board not to consider the censure should have been presented or be made available to the board for review.
I'm sharing it with you now. But I'm sensing
that's interesting. Pause for a second. Such
hear it.
interesting uncharted territory. So I guess the question would be, if the information that you would like to present to the board, being mindful of the process, prior to vote. So let's just being mindful of the time because it is, well, let me approach it this way. How much time do you need to present your position to the board at this time prior to the vote? Because the resolution has been read, there is a motion, and there is a second, and public comments have been heard.
Well, how much time are you going to allot me?
So that's one way to ask the question. Another way to ask the question is to ask the board members, are they willing and able to continue this board meeting process so that we can get to the vote on this particular censure, or would they be interested in tabling it?
If you're asking me, I'm not willing to stay. Number one, because you, Michael, had 2 weeks to deal with Kelly, to present those to us. You didn't do so. You had the whole day today, the whole meeting today. Why did you wait until 12:37 to tell us that?
Well, because I tried to have this item heard earlier, so don't try to blame me that the item is being heard.
I'm not blaming you. I'm asking you. This is not to blame. I don't do the blaming game.
No, when you're asking this question, but you're trying to make it seem like it's my fault that it's being heard at 12.
You had in your hand all the evidence. And this item brought to us 2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, it was not brought to us 2 weeks ago. I only found out when the agenda was published that that the censure document is on it. At the earlier board meeting, Kelly said, "Oh, we're gonna do this at the next board meeting." The next board meeting came and went March 2nd. I heard no communication about it, so it was safe to assume that for whatever reason, Kelly decided this was she wasn't going to pursue.
So do you read the agenda? What did the agenda say for the March 2nd meeting? Did it say our regular meeting, or did it say special meeting relating to COVID only?
It was a meeting. I looked at the meeting. There was no censure on it.
Right.
And given that Kelly said we're going to do the censure at the next meeting, and then the next meeting there's no censure, any reasonable person could come away with the impression that this was not going to be done. So again, I maintain that I am being sucker punched. I am not being afforded an opportunity to defend.
My second question for you. Did you not read the agenda of today's meeting, of tonight's meeting?
I did read the agenda of tonight's meeting.
Censure on the agenda, or was it 2 hours before the meeting, somebody just sneak it in?
Okay, so yeah, so I looked at, if you look at the timestamp of this agenda being published, it was published like 5 p.m. on Friday. Scott, if you can confirm.
That does seem about right, and it has always been that way.
Right, and I received no notice of Kelly's intent to censure or even reconcile. Kelly's email came at around 3 p.m. on Friday. So no,
but the censure is on the item. This item is on the agenda. If you went through the agenda, you would have called Kelly or Chris and asked, why is it back on here? I have these documents. I need to talk to somebody. I need to work things out. Did you do that? You did not.
Yes, actually I did. I
feel like we are wasting our time. And seriously, and this is not to any individual, but I do not feel that we should have this kind of meeting dragged on past midnight.
You could put that out. You could put that 100% on me. I'll own that.
Oh yeah, believe me, I do put it on you.
I wear it, no doubt.
Okay. Yes, you have it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep. Oh, I'll definitely wear it, because again, the process, ensuring as this is uncharted territory, I make sure everybody's voice is heard, everything is in the room, making sure that they're minimize what could have been said as a part of this process to make sure that we can move forward effectively. Because at the end of the day, we're all board members of the Milpitas Unified School District.
Understand. I appreciate that. I appreciate the comment. And I think we should move on.
So for clarification, I did send out an email on Friday asking to see if he would take steps in a reconciliation, and there was no response. So he had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. He could have just responded yes or no or anything. There was zero communication. So now I feel like it's a tactic to try and stall or stop the censure action item. What's going to happen after? Going back to continue the misconduct? We're here now, let's move forward. If the censure is approved and the behavior changes for the betterment of our district, the board can revisit and modify. I motion that I've already put my motion out there. There was a second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second.
I have one question here. If we were to bring a third-party mediator, would that be a cost to the district? Do we have to pay to bring someone in?
So a third-party mediator between Kelly and Michael, because there isn't a third-party mediator for a board deciding whether to censure or not. That's a vote. If the third-party mediator between Kelly and Michael, and then if Kelly decides that she doesn't want to move forward, well, first of all, we have to vote. But to answer your question, yes, there is a cost to the district if a mediator is brought in for Kelly and Michael to agree to terms, to be able to cohabitate on the board so that we do not become more dysfunctional or more challenged than we are right now with this process.
Thank you, Board President Norwood, because of the fact that if a third-party mediator was brought in outside to do the reconciliation between the two, we heard earlier tonight or earlier yesterday at this point, the fact that AB 86 had to be passed for us to proceed with expanding our in-person learning. To request additional third-party remediation, it's not physically sound. From that standpoint, we're adults here. There's no need for third-party remediation, especially at the expense of our students by pulling the dollars away. That's my only comment here.
Thank you. So at this point,
I disagree. I believe there are some pro bono services as well as governance experts actually who might be willing to step in.
So Michael, here's a recommendation. As we finish this process, here's an opportunity for you to say, we still have to figure out how to move forward and work together. So I would ask you to consider moving forward with that and having communications with board member Yip Chuan in an attempt to move that forward.
So yeah, I am willing to communicate. Again, though, I do have the paper trail that I made several attempts to communicate between the meeting where Kelly first proposed the censure and this date, and none of my things got a response until Kelly just hit me with that surprise letter 2 hours before the censure is put on the agenda. And at that point, it's already on the agenda. I mean, she already decided to put me on trial without even having a discussion first. So, but yes, I will say for the public, I'm always willing to talk, but any examination of the paper trail will show that I have made several attempts to reconcile, which went unanswered.
Thank you.
Okay,
And it's time to vote.
please call for a vote.
Wait, you haven't even let me read my documents?
Michael, you had 2 weeks. You had the whole day today. And you wait until after a whole hour of discussion. Then you said you have something like this.
No, don't.
You had your chance.
No, you are denying me my chance. It's
I'm not.
Mr. Sai.
Calling for a vote.
Mr. Sai, we've had extensive conversation on this. You have information that you would like to present to the board. Superintendent Jordan, if a censure is approved, and then there's additional information that comes to light after the fact, do we have the ability to rescind the censure?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Sai, I recommend that the information that you have for the board, you put together, you email that to the superintendent, which will allow the board members to review and for consideration. And then you may ask to add to the board agenda if the censure is approved, then you may ask for the censure to be removed or added to the agenda. Because so that is, I believe, where we are at this point.
No, I've made multiple efforts to communicate. We tried to seek clarification on my rights and indemnification. You stated that I do have the right to defend myself. And this is absolutely, I mean, if you're gonna level charges at me in this forum, then I have the right to defend myself in this forum. Although it's obvious some people just want me to see me punished without even being allowed to speak or present evidence in my own defense.
I would probably, I believe that the board has heard.
Secondly, if you understand jury trials and whatnot, you understand that the arguments for and against all come out at the same time. Because as it stands right now, I've been falsely accused, and certain people are trying to push forward with the vote without even me getting to present anything otherwise. You know, I said before that this should be tabled, and what's going on now isn't right.
So what I like to do at this point is to consider the things that have been said and allow everyone. I need to run to the restroom, so let's take a 5-minute break. Are we back?
Yes.
I'm back.
Sometimes stepping away gives you a chance to reflect and refocus. And Mr. Sai, unfortunately, this conversation has gone on for a significant amount of time, and the time allotted for you to bring up your points about why you should not be censured, I believe that we have heard, or I have heard, a number of different ways at this point. There's been a request, there's been a motion and a second. There's also been a request to move this item forward by board member, board clerk Lien. I am compelled to consider making an amendment to the motion, and that is based on, Scott, could you bring up the agreement? Could you bring up the censure, please? I am compelled to bring up an amendment or ask for an amendment to the motion that says that, where it says remove him from representing MUSD and including in board assignments to be hereby censure school board member Michael Sai for repeated violation of board policy and board group agreement and the negative impact of his actions, period. The consequence of something along the lines of the consequence of the actions be decided at a later date upon review of additional information at something along those lines. That is my proposal to amend to the motion.
Is that a motion?
That's an amendment to your motion.
And I motion your suggestion.
The motion was made by board clerk Leanne.
Say that again?
So the motion that's on now was made by board clerk Leanne and seconded by Vice President Yip Schwan.
Okay, so then I'm looking to amend the motion made by board member Leanne.
And then Kelly just seconded, right?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
So the roll call vote?
This is a roll call vote. Board member, no.
Yes.
Board member Sai.
So just to be clear, you're not letting me present. You're just putting this straight to a vote?
Mr. Sai, you have presented as a part of the board group discussion for the past hour and a half.
I haven't even begun. I got a letter here. I got multiple letters actually.
So I guess to answer your question, if you want to frame it in the way that
So
I'm not,
it just sounds like
if you want to frame it in the way that I'm not allowing you to present, you're mistaken. Because each of the board members have heard what you've had to say. As a matter of fact, I put forth a motion for an opportunity for for not a full continuance. This is my motion, or I can retract my amendment to the motion, and then we can move forward with board member Leanne's motion, which utilizes the language in the resolution, if it is approved, that you would be removed from your MUSD committee duties and assignments. So I'm taking into account that you do have information that board members would like to be able to review in consideration before deciding what potentially would be the next step if the motion to censure is approved.
President Norwood, I'm not, I don't believe that board member Tsai can vote on this. It's in the board group agreements for under censure.
You know what, thank you for that. You're absolutely correct. You cannot vote on this. Thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome.
So we start again. Board member.
No, you move on to mine.
Oh, we did Michael. We did okay. Board clerk.
Yes.
Board member Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board member Norwood. Yes, with the amended motion. With the amended motion. Thank you, everyone, for that process. It wasn't fun. It was very difficult. And we have to keep working through these processes. We have to keep working through these differences in style, communication, and be mindful of what the board group agreements mean to each other's, and also very mindful of the public comments, because I am thinking deeply about the fact that there's a belief that the public comments or the board group agreements and the things that we've agreed upon as governance people do not allow us to speak freely in the public. That is deeply concerning. Item 18, consent items. Consent items are considered routine and will be acted upon by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request that specific items be tabled or removed for discussion or correction. Are there any items to be removed from consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the consent items.
There's a motion to approve the consent items. Is there a second?
A second.
Are there any comments from the public?
We have no comments from the public at this time.
Is there any additional public discussion, discussion from the board? No additional discussion for the board. Roll call, board member Norwood, yes. Vice President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board clerk Lin.
Yes.
Board member Tsai.
Yes.
Board member No.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries, consent items approved. Date of future board meetings, March 23rd, we have here study session 5 p.m. So it was brought to my attention at the last board meeting, I may have said that there was a study session scheduled for 5 o'clock based on what we have here. Superintendent Jordan, are we confirmed to have a study session at 5 p.m. or is that tentative?
It's tentative, and actually it's looking like it's going to be at 4:30 p.m. on March 23rd. And the topic will be how do we know students are making progress, and it'll be a data discussion. Okay,
so I like the language in 19 to reflect data future board meetings, and that as we have the date, we know that we're going to have the open session at 7 for sure. So I would like it to be to state tentative study session, tentative closed session instead of being confirmed. Because if someone only heard this part and didn't go to the website or those types of things, they may have been looking for something at 5 p.m. that didn't occur.
Okay. Scott, would you please make a note of that to include tentative in the wording?
Yep, I got you.
Thank you.
I would like to say the sooner we get things firmed up, the better. I did receive a number of questions from people asking me, hey, what happened to the 5 p.m. study session? So if it is on, please make it on. And if it is not on, please communicate that clearly. Thank you.
Another place to also look is our community calendar that we have on our website. as well as the board agenda that's posted on Fridays.
Right, which is the time that we're supposed to have them posted by. So thank you for that, Superintendent Jordan. Are there any additional announcements? Are there any additional announcements or reminders from board members?
No.
Board President Norwood, I do see a hand raised that just went up from JR. I didn't know if you wanted.
That would go up under the item on the agenda would be the dates of future board meetings. Is that when the hand went up?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so that will be that's the topic of discussion, date of future board meetings. Thank you.
Okay, JR, we are going to enable your audio and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for the time. I really appreciate it. I was listening to the study session that you're going to be having on the 23rd, and I was hoping that you would also include in that maybe talking to the teachers, because I know that they have some special information that maybe you're not privileged to have, and that's how many kids are actually working a job while they're online with their distance learning. So again, and you guys are talking about the study session about these students and how they're doing. I'd like to know, or possibly have someone look into, how many students are actually online and working at the same time, because I hear that that's going on in some of the classrooms. Some kids are driving for DoorDash while they're in class. So I'd like to know if you guys are aware of that and if that's going to be part of the study session. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity to share. And then also in the future, I'd like to see, if at all possible, how board members that are elected to represent constituents can have a platform on social media to discuss what's going on with the pandemic. Parents have been in the dark. Milpitas Parent Coalition is getting emails, phone calls, text messages on if we know anything. I've reached out to a couple of board members and the answer is, oh, come to the meeting. Look, we elected you to represent us at these meetings, so we're not up till 1 o'clock in the morning. We have other responsibilities. You chose to run for this position and we chose to elect you for this position. So I'm asking you to please kindly look at an agenda item where you guys can work together, where you're not going to be censured and you're able to talk to the public, to your constituents, about what's going on in the district. I would really appreciate that for everybody in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, we have no additional announcements or reminders. Is there a motion to adjourn?
No, I do have announcements.
Okay.
Because I think, despite the way this was conducted, I still believe the public does deserve to hear the truth. And I will keep it brief, being mindful of the time. And I will read, because if I read all the stuff that I was prepared to read in my defense, which was not allotted to me, it would take some time. But I will read briefly. I'll read some excerpts. The board is contemplating censuring Michael Tai because he spoke out about the violation of wage and hour law that involves students volunteering for for-profit companies for no pay. It is more important than ever during the pandemic to protect workers and youth from being exploited in a time of economic desperation for so many. The recent proposal to use students' community service hours as unpaid labor for for-profit businesses violates state and federal law. The FLSA prevents volunteering for for-profit organizations. And again, to keep it brief, I will read more excerpts. Board member Tai was the only person who spoke out against the proposal. He deserves to be applauded for doing so, yet he is being censured. It appears this censure may constitute retaliation against board member Tai because he spoke up for the students against exploitation. Board Member Tsai has set an example of courageous leadership in standing up for students against exploitation. He should not be censured. Sincerely, Ruth Silver Taub, Supervising Attorney of Workers' Rights, Catherine and George Alexander Community Law Center. I have more, but again, if any other board member has announcements to make, you can make them.
Thank you, Mr. Tsai, for your additional announcement. Are there any, at the conclusion of the remainder announcements, we are going to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
I second.
Board Member No?
Yes.
Board Member Tsai?
No.
Board Member Yin?
Yes.
Board Member Yip Chuan?
Yes.
Board Member Norwood? Yes. We're adjourned.
Bye, everyone.